Okay, good morning. Hello, Alucard. You are first. You are first over on Twitch. Not on YouTube yet. Hello. I should have played the ads to get them out of the way before I got here. I'm jamming. Alright, so apologies for the ads, but I'm going to get them out of the way before we get started, so we'll have 3 minutes of ads on Twitch. Hopefully they're not all crypto betting, sports betting ads. And while we're doing that, time for me to open up Discord and double check that we got this going. DauT hosting the draft. Draft is done. These players all being on time. And with the band Treasure Beach. But we'll have Velins as the first map. DauT will have Narak, Ngome, and Tulo. AntagonisT will have Zimbabwe, Sardis, and DauT. So we have 3 of the good maps here. Ngome, Sardis, and DauT. I was hoping also for Treasure Beach, but I think no matter what we have a good map pool. Maybe 2 brought to you by... Oh God, please no DraftKings. Brought to you by Mr. House and the Lucky 38. And grab this YouTube link, do some copy and pasting. There we go. Make a Discord post that we are live. Right, and where are these players? Do we have a lobby yet? And how was it that I literally just was in the Discord channel where I saw this and now I don't see it anymore? SF, there we go. Down Antagonist. Good, he's got a lobby hosted. And they're playing. Getting right into this. Swap my logo, the Stronghold Frenzy logo. So here we are on Velins. This is a best of 7. This is Stronghold Frenzy 2. This is the semi-finals. And right away, we're going to have some scouting in the middle. We will have AntagonisT as the blue Woo to the west, and DauT as the red Vietnamese to the east. And AntagonisT did upset Jordan in the quarterfinals to make it here. DauT had a great set against Barles, won 5 games. And now, remember, they're going to have to figure out what civs they have left. I didn't get my overlay set up to display the civs properly. I'll try to get that for the finals. But first semifinals are today. Next semifinals tomorrow at 19 GMT. And DauT, freaking Andy, we're going to... If both of them make it, then we got to figure out what happens. They are technically the favorites in their sets. Because they're both going to be at a LAN event on Sunday. So either we do the finals when they're at the LAN, or we have to delay it. We'll have to figure that out. Not, we'll maybe do it the next weekend. And Baron van Nijmegen, good morning. Morning, one and all. This is the good old 13 GMT. T West rolls out of bed, he grabs a coffee and starts casting. So I need y'all to help me wake up in the morning. And we'll have a Boar Lord in for Antagonist. Wu versus Vietnamese. Jin swordsmen feel like they could be very useful for the Wu in this matchup. Vietnamese very archer heavy. Jin swordsman lots of pierce armor. Very Huskar-like. And Kanuga hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, evening, night. Morning for me right now. 8:09 a.m. Just waking up. There's a tiny bit of road work near me, so the normal quick morning drive to grab a coffee was slightly longer than normal. and a breakfast sandwich. I need to get better about. I'll need to actually get a coffee maker here for the future. I've never actually had one before, so I always have usually. If I drink like too much coffee, I get migraines. I gotta be very careful with it. But I'll need to figure out how to do that. Or what the best setup is to give me just like a tiny bit of coffee and not too much. And Alancito, hello on YouTube. You're the first YouTube comment. Welcome. Hello, Matt Hyena. So, DauT walling off. He didn't go forward to wall off. This is the version of Velchins where there is only one quadrant between the two of them. Cute map how they're both at the bottom. And then they can each break through to grab more resources. You can, I think the most common one is to have two quadrants between them, but here it's just the bottom. So Loom on the way for Antagonist, he's up to Feudal. Now we've seen lots of different strategies on this map, from fast castles to men-at-arms pushes, and it looks like with 18 pop and now a militia queued, it will be men-at-arms indeed from Antagonist. And he does, remember, as the Wu, get that, is this correct? Didn't they change it from 65 to 55? Am I misremembering? Was something rebalanced? Just sworn they changed that, but they get food when they build the barracks. They get food when they build the barracks. And any military production building. Which, if you think about that bonus, it's actually insane. The Slavs get 5 population space. Which is 25 wood and some change for the Vils building the house. That's like basically twice, 2.5 times that bonus out of food. Which, I guess in early Dark Age, maybe food's easier to come by than wood, but once you get to mid-feudal, well, wood becomes a bit rarer. Or the food becomes a bit rarer. Because you need to farm for it. And then it's wood into farms into food. So the outpost will show the men-at-arms. Antagonist coming forward, doing men-at-arms with the Vils. We'll see if it's a range or a tower. It will be a tower. Remember, there are also foxes in the middle that he can take with the Vils. Oh, Gabby! Hello, Gabby! Congrats on your win yesterday. So here is forward range along with the tower and men-at-arms, breaking through this palisade. It was changed to 55. Alright, capture age still says 65. I could have sworn capture age was changed to say 55 at some point too. Where's Bozzy? Bozzy, we have a bug report for you. Hello, Gromaps on YouTube. Have I tried tea? You see, I am an American, not a Brit. We drink coffee and we throw our tea into the harbor. Hello, Real Atten. That was an incredible set though, Gabby. Super fun to watch. It was. Okay, Man-at-Arms trying to break through the wall. Almost through, but DauT will resort to some stone walls, defending with skirms. I feel like maybe Antagonist would rather break through by the tower, but I guess he's just forcing DauT to wall everything. So skirmishers coming out. Is DauT open between large forest and middle area? He didn't wall either of the sides, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, this map has usually 5 passages, but one is most direct, yes. I mean, that actually would have been interesting for Antagonist if instead of going through the middle, he just sent the Men-at-Arms this way. I guess this is pretty easy to quick wall, because you only need 1 house. Sometimes there are passages from the middle to the outside, though, so you gotta be aware of that. It's a lot to scout on this map, with all the passages. Most players have just been using the one straight down the middle. And hello, no zombie. When in DauT, skirms is the way. Oh, nice quick wall from DauT. Nice quick wall. Separates the Men-at-Arms from the skirms. And that can actually be pretty nasty if you can kill the skirms. But Antagonist trying to block the Vil. Trying to block the Vil. Remember, Vietnamese skirms do have a bit more HP. So 36 instead of the normal 30. They should be able to win the fight in a skirm war. And so far, only 1 Vil kill for Antagonist. And now enough skirms for DauT. He should be able to run down the Men-at-Arms with him. Ooh, and Antagonist running into the TC. TC gets a kill. And DauT even managing to maintain a resource advantage here. Remember, Antagonist did have those forward Vils. And skirm goes down. And oh, DauT! The farm picked off. The 1 HP farm. 60 wood down the drain. And horse collar now coming in for DauT. At least it wasn't a horse collar farm. All the same though in the wood loss. And skirm's cleaned up now. So DauT with the score lead, with more res collected, has managed to clean most of the forward. Antagonist still does have this map position though in the middle. He can take the foxes and will be denying DauT from the gold for the moment. We'll re-wall back here. Has to make sure he walls them behind the area where he broke through, because DauT could delete the walls and go forward, as he's doing right now. It's kind of hard to tell visually where everything is, but he's through. Maybe the players are using a small walls mod. Maybe a bit dangerous for DauT to come too far forward though, because he could be walled from the opposite side. With that Vil by the tower, so he might not want to go. He might risk it though. And he's going to send Vils forward now, and Vil's going to take out the tower. He knows there's a Vil inside of it, so he'll look to destroy the tower and kill that Vil. Only 1 skirm in the range, so nothing to stop this. And meanwhile, there's a market for DauT. Not close to going up yet, even if he sells. He also did spend a bit of stone on the walls. Will try to run. Don't think he'll get too far though. Spear is coming to deal with him as well. And down he goes. DauT. Not gonna destroy the range or wall it in or anything, just will leave it there. And he will re-wall the passage. Then move forward himself, but Antagonist is walled as you might anticipate. But DauT now with some skirms can at least cause some mayhem. Antagonist up to the castle age first, though. Has a stable, but I imagine it would be Jian's swordsman for him against the skirms. We'll try to double wall this up as the skirms come forward. And Vils on the wall start to go down. They have to turn and run. That's about 50 seconds difference now. That will be up, but a bit slower, and actually scale barding armor, not the infantry armor. So Antagonist is going to think about going cav. He's not training any scouts on the way up. And long distance mine some stone to make up for that tower he had made. Then he can do a TC. So not Jin Swordsman indeed. And Bloodline's on the way for Antagonist. Another farm, another pair of farms going up. And hello, why don't you say hi? So there's Antagonist up, and immediately it is the Huiguang Cav as he heads in a monastery. So we'll be going for the Huiguang Cav. Remember, +2 attack for them in Imp, but I don't think they have a bonus in the Castle Age. A good thing for the Wu, though, is that they do have access to Bloodlines, so these things will have 80 hit points. And oh no, DauT's gonna learn the hard way that oysters, you can't build atop them, but you can't use them as part of your wall. We've seen this before in the tournament. Oh no, DauT's about to find out. And he's a TC right there. I see it'd only be one Huiguang Cav, but DauT's about to find out. Here it comes. DauT's gonna think he's walled, and then he'll realize you can walk atop these. Oh no, will he quick wall the Vil? Oh, okay, Cav will get the kill. No, TC just goes up in time. He'll need to put a Vil over there and wall. Will he realize? Will he watch and see this? Oh, he doesn't realize where he's open. There he goes. Now he realizes. He sees it. He has enough skirms, he should be okay. Just a bit of quick walling for him. No zombie just learned? Oh, no zombie just learned. we saw Ozone, didn't realize that. Had 15 crossbowmen get into his base when he didn't realize the oysters. Yeah, I mean, these might be crazy Stronghold Frenzy maps, but at some point oysters will be used like that in an S-tier tournament map, and it's good to learn now. Yeah, luckily for DauT, that's more annoying than dangerous. You're right. And he'll get his third TC up. His Vil's a bit inefficient because of that house blocking their construction. And he can go for some Fire Lancers. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know, I was being silly earlier. I was thinking, oh, Jin Swordsman. They'll counter all the archers from the Vietnamese. No, I totally forgot. Vietnamese got an insane buff that they now have Fire Lancers. The Cav go down. We'll have another TC. Fourth TC. 4 TCs for DauT. And these guys would probably beat the Jin Swordsman. Let's see, they don't have an attack bonus against shock infantry, but I think they'd probably win based on their raw stats. Because they do have extra hit points as the Vietnamese. And hello, Amaja13. They are shocked themselves. They're positively shocking. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs also from Antagonist. So 4 TC boom from both of these civs. I wonder how fire archers would do on this map if you decide to start breaking down some of these palisades and wandering to the other areas. The building attack bonus could be useful. Maybe you wouldn't want to go too heavily into them though because of the Vietnamese skirms. So DauT with a good army advantage. It is mostly skirm though. And as much as we do joke about there being the best unit in the game, might not be able to find too much damage with them on this walled map, or at least not immediately. Monk would like a conversion and gets it successfully and hops in the TC. DauT backing up the push with a few monks of his own. Vietnamese don't have the best monks, no redemption for them. No fervor. Also no heresy, which matters because they are an elephant civ. Wu monks are great. They'll miss block printing in Imp, but in Castle Age they're great. And a couple of Huiguang Cav around the north, but same thing. DauT is walled. I don't think there are any holes in the wood line that would lead into his base from the outside. He'll have handcart on the way. Does have those extra cheap eco upgrades added in already as the Vietnamese. Both saw heavy plow handcart. Feudal Age upgrades only still for Antagonist. And you can see DauT starting to pull ahead in the resources he has collected. Even though he's down in Vils, those upgrades do matter over time. And we'll have a TC on its way up here from, or a castle on its way up here on the front for Antagonist. As the skirm start to pick off Vils. But as long as Antagonist is careful, he can garrison, and no big threat there. Has to protect his monk too. And the castle will go up. And Imp will be on the way first. The Wu do not have bombard cannons, they have traction trebs. No siege engineers for them. And what is their bonus? They would shoot additional projectiles if they have the Sitting Tiger tech. Don't see any fire archers now. It's going to be Squire's scale mail armor. And I guess then Jin Swordsman will have +2 attack. I mean, I guess they could also just go for the champion line. Vietnamese are probably happy to attack into Arbalest if they see the champions, though. And Squire's scale mail armor Imp. The Timu Huskarls. There's going to be quite a few fortified palisades that DauT's going to clear out with that Mangonel. Decide he wants to open up a big passage. Okay, Antagonist getting rid of walls too. And now DauT has to be careful because here come the swordsmen. Here come the Jin swordsmen. Chasing the skirms. Monks want to get conversions. Conversions coming in. Fire Lancers pushing back. Monks going down. Skirms running away. DauT up to Imp. And the Fire Lancers? Oh my gosh, Fire Lancers. Look at them. Look at them go. They're better than the other same unit. They have more HP. 70 to 78. Okay, there's that Imperial Age upgrade though. Because they have the extra attack. And they get us around. That ranged attack at the start. It's crazy for them. Well, both of these units. Which edition is more overpowered? DauT going heavy for the Fire Lancers now. Is still adding more blacksmith upgrades. And he's upgraded them to elite. And the Fire Lancers, are they winning this? It's weird, like both of these should be countered by swordsmen, so they kind of counter each other, I guess. I think the Fire Lancers are winning this. I mean, they're getting surrounded by reinforcements now. I mean, KD 50 to 31 for DauT. He's got more Fire Lancers coming forward as he has real trebuchets deployed and besieging the castle. Hello, Fortune Cookie Yum. They are busted. I agree with you there. Especially these Vietnamese ones. 20% extra HP for this unit. 102 hit points. Oh yeah, now they have 102 hit points. Oh, they're gonna wreck as they're elite now. Yeah, these, oh my gosh. These things are crazy. The Jin Swordsman with a bit more attack. That's also because the Fire Lancers still need more upgrades. Still can get another attack. Charge thing is too strong versus non-cav. I'm genuinely kind of surprised that the Legionaries weren't designed like this. Either with like a javelin or a sling. With a charge attack. Now, I'm not saying I want more charge attacks. But there's the GG. DauT with the Vietnamese booms into Fire Lancers and wins the game. 89 to 54 KD. GG from DauT. And Antagonist had some good men-at-arms pressure early on, maybe recognizing he didn't like the late game matchup. Hitting the spot with your coffee before work? Nice, I'm hitting the spot with my coffee right now. There's DauT, he will win game 1. On the Velins. So Fire Lancer is pretty strong, right chat? Surprise pool, we have $700 in prize pool. We have $600 for the top league, and then we have a silver league too, where we have $100. There's DauT hosting the next lobby. Times less scary when people start making champs? Maybe, but I feel like going champs against Vietnamese isn't really an option either, because then you're playing to their strength of going herbs. And Sardis will be the next map. Two-handeds are almost as good as champs. Anyone know what ELO? People stop force picking. I'm sorry, Nikki, but if you get high in ELO, you're going to run into Huang and Red Phosphoro. Hello, Atomic. So our next map will be Sardis, and it's way for DauT and Saracens for AntagonisT. Remember, DauT already spent the Saracens in that last matchup against Barles. So he needs to find something to do against AntagonisT on this map. He's going with the Way. And AntagonisT still has the Saracens available. My courier, I think it's a Civ win. Well, that's what we've seen from Saracens. We saw a lot of people going Kuman Rams in the early rounds before then figuring out Saracens are OP. And why are Saracens OP? Because you have an attack bonus on the archers, which applies to your mercenary Peltast. On this map, there's a trade workshop in the middle, and when you capture it, you get a trickle of resources that is quite strong. And then you have a mercenary camp from which you can train these DLC Battle for Greece units. I'll have some Peltasts on the way out. Hello, Genicus. Different maps, different maps. I've really enjoyed this map pool. I think if we do this map again, though, we need to remove the mercenary camp and maybe put out a few more workshops in the middle that are less powerful. So that it's not just skirm through the wall and skirm more to win the trade workshop. We have had some really good games on this map, but it can also be a bit one-sided to the Saracens. I think we see that right here. They've been trying to save civs, but DauT just had a 5-game set with Barles where you had to use Saracens on this map. So I think the civs can be very map dependent. And it's a weird thing where they're still going to want to save civs for the finals if they make it there. But they have to make it there. Yeah, DauT not making any units. Maybe DauT just wants to boom. Maybe his plan will be boom and then go Huiguang Cav? It can't be Xianbei Raiders, because they are Cav archers, and the Peltasts here do have an attack bonus against Cav archers with good pierce armor. Maybe it'll just be boom with the Way. He's thinking, I'm just gonna boom and not worry about the middle. And who knows, maybe that is a strategy that's viable here. Oh, there's a stream on kicking on Billy Billy. In the future, if I ever get a better internet connection, I can attempt streaming to even more platforms than just Twitch and YouTube. I can go to Facebook and TikTok and Kick and anywhere else people stream. Let's do a huge multi-stream. Instagram, do people watch Age of Empires there? I don't even know. AOL. little ketchup, mustard, mayo. And stream myself trying to stream. Some sort of streamception. So feudal age for DauT. Actually, DauT the first one up. But I guess that makes sense when we've had the high concentration of Peltast spam. That does cost resources and will slow down your feudal. Now, you didn't forget to click up. This is just part of the plan where he's making his mercenary Peltasts. And will slow himself down, having made 8 of them. But he is just about to break on through to the other side and run forward and get to the trade workshop. And there he goes. Workshop under his control. Now, still no military units. And I wonder if there's ever a point where the Peltasts try to break through this wall. They won't have the hill advantage, though. That won't be as easy. How did he break through so quickly? Saracens. Saracens +3 attack versus buildings. Now, I'm not sure how that applies. It has to apply to the class of 0 building armor instead of the class of 24 armor. Capture Age doesn't differentiate between them. So, pure fast castle from DauT. Market Blacksmith, and he is up. And we've not really seen people figure out how to deal with Saracens yet. Although Jordan had a good game where he managed to deal with it against Ozone. Had enough Arbalests from the poles with a good boom himself. That the camels were and the Mamluks weren't quite as effective as Ozone would have liked. Jordan's army was cheap enough. What did Turs or someone work out? The workshop is 6, 8, 12, 16? I think 5, 8, 12, 18. I always double check my DM from Turs just to make sure I get the numbers right. It's Dark Age is 5.4, Feudal Age is 8.1, Castle Age is 12.2, Imperial Age is 18.2. In terms of Vil efficiency from the workshop. Yeah, so we're roughly 5, 8, 12, 18 Vils. So Antagonist in Feudal has roughly an extra 8 Vils because of that. And is also, he's like winning the water and spacing out your galleys to check for docks. He is spacing out his Peltasts to check not just for wolves, but for DauT's potential attempts at breaking out. Yep, and you can see he's already ahead. Also because he stayed in the Dark Age longer. Remember that, stayed in the Dark Age longer, so had more Vils when he advanced to Feudal. DauT will quickly add in 2 extra TCs, 1, 2, 3, and he will boom with Bowsaw on the way from that lumber camp. Oh, Brizzlin, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you so much. I saw you were streaming the other day. Nice to see you around. Sardis' woodlines are kind of lacking. That's true, you don't have too much wood in your back area, but you do have lots of them. Right, they're thin, but numerous. You can get to the middle for the chunky wood, the thicker wood. But I think you have enough to boom back here. I think you have enough to boom. You need to learn some RM. Nice. I'll have to play more DM sometime. Years ago, Daisy taught me the basics. I haven't played much since then. Though I'd love to have some more DM events mixed in here and there. There's 5 relics for free in a way. Well, also 5 relics for free if he does just take the relics, right? Because they are in the middle, and he is doing the monastery. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for him. Yeah, wait, let me give you a shout out. Everyone go say hi to Brizzlin. Give her a follow too. You don't like DauT strat here? Well, I don't know what else you do against the Saracens, other than hoping to outboom them. Because if they get to the middle faster, you're not going to get there in time to contest, and then the Peltasts are such a strong unit in their own right that you're not really going to win a fight against them in the Feudal Age. Such high attack, I don't think there's anything in Feudal that would actually beat them. If you get Castle and try to push to the middle, maybe that's one thing. I mean, maybe there's some type of Tiger Cav strat where DauT goes 1 TC to push the middle. But then I think you really fall behind in eco if your opponent has had this for a while, has that extra Dark Age eco, and then has a good boom behind it. I don't know, maybe capturing that by itself is enough, but then you're slowing down your TCs if you go for the unique unit. There's Heavy Plow on the way for DauT. Yeah, 5 TC gaming from AntagonisT. Well, I all know 7's the right number. And does not give stone? Yeah, it looks like that stone is not trickling up. Just food, wood, and gold, but no stone. That would be crazy if it gave you stone, and then you could just start throwing in more TCs with the stone, or more castles. So DauT staying 3 TCs and going, I guess it will be Shenbei Raiders then. I was thinking he can't do it because of the Peltasts. But maybe if he has numbers, he can go for it. We'll probably need a stable still for Bloodlines and Husbandry. Just wall it off? You know, that wouldn't be the worst idea. Stone wall it off. I actually kind of like that idea. Oh, and Miles of Track, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. 53 months. That's a good number of months. I appreciate all the support. How much is a Peltast? It's 40 food, 40 gold. Originally it was 40-20, but we increased that because they were too strong, and I think they're still too strong. There's Loom on the way for DauT. As the castle starts going up, we'll have Handcart on the way also for AntagonisT, and he'll be adding in a castle in the middle. I'm not sure exactly what the radius is. We put rock terrain around it, but that doesn't correspond to the radius, I don't think. Unless it does coincidentally. This is just so you can't build directly on top of it. I think it is about 3 tiles, though, but I'm not sure about that. I'll have to play some King of the Hill and actually check exactly what the monument stats are, or what the radius is. So Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav from the castle, along with some Shenbei Raiders. Garrison the Shenbei Raiders and it shoots more arrows. Gets you through the wall faster. Now our antagonist, seeing DauT's imminent escape from his Sardis walls, We'll construct a castle in the middle, add in Mamluks, and join his skirmishers, his peltasts, together or not. I'm gonna abandon the middle with them. Interesting. So we'll see if DauT can capture it with the castle there. I think he can. An imp behind this. Monks on the way forward. That a custom skirm. Essentially, it's from the Battle for Greece DLC. If you've played the new Capture Age DLC Chronicles campaigns, then you've probably seen this unit. And a second castle. So Antagonist fortifying the middle, getting ready for a fight. DauT heading around the outside. Will he see the castle? DauT should win this fight if he takes it right here. I think he should win that easily. And then, can he deny the castle? Is this a DauT castle from Antagonist? Oh, DauT knows what he sees. He knows a DauT castle when he sees it. And he will jump here. A few Mamluks on the way. But are they numerous enough to take the fight? No bloodlines yet. DauT, I think, can just fight this. Ooh, this is tricky for him. He's fighting counter units, but he has a huge numbers advantage. And he's in the shadow of a castle that will go up, but with some difficulty. Okay, so all of these Battle for Greece Peltast skirm-like units will go down. DauT will look to raid, get some Vil annoyances over the wood line. Doesn't get a kill. Now, how do the Wei deal with Mamluks? There, as I said, they're Tiger Cav, Shenbei Raiders, and Huiguang Cav. All should be countered by the Mamluks. DauT gonna keep adding upgrades. Of those three, the Shenbei Raider is probably the least countered. At least have the option of killing Mamluks from range. DauT will then need to explore the rest of the Wei tech tree, which no arbalests. Skirms are useless against Mamluks. And I'm actually not sure what he does then. Maybe he has to go siege. Heavy scorpions, but the Saracens have better siege too. I think this is just Mamluk and win from Antagonist in this Civ matchup. Yeah, they have the extra range, but the Mamluks close the distance and kill you. I've seen Mangudai versus Mamluk enough times to know the Mamluks still win. Now they win if you micro them. And DauT can micro back and pick them off, but the Mamluk's also significantly more HP. So 56 HP to 120 HP, that's more than double the HP. Mingguang armor helps. I mean, that doesn't negate any of the bonus attack that the Mamluks have. +9 against Cav. And the only way DauT wins now is with overwhelming numbers. And he is taking a good fight over on the left. And so far does have a positive KD. The good thing for him is he can do ballistics. At this point, Antagonist has essentially 160 Vils if you count the workshop. And he's maybe fighting a bit too aggressively with the Mamluks, losing them before he can really amass them. Now he has Elite, and now he can start putting his army together. DauT with Traction Trebs. Maybe Traction Trebs will be the answer against Mamluks. They're good against units. Ooh, using the charge attack against the Vils might have been better to use against the Mamluks. How would crossbow with the imp upgrades fare? Maybe okay. And so far, Antagonist, he hasn't been taking the best fights. Didn't have a good mass of Mamluks altogether. And even now, only 11 or so. If DauT can keep the KD up and keep fighting, and keep the numbers down, that's maybe his chance. Feels like it's now just Shenbei Raider Traction Treb. And Traction Trebs are really strong. They outrange Bombard Cannons. DauT can move around and try to hit a castle. Might be handy. I mean, as I said, it doesn't negate any of the bonus damage that the Mamluks have. +9. Oh, that's their armor. +9, +12 against Cav now that they're elite. So yeah, they can do +4 melee armor, but that, I mean, that negates some of the melee attack, but the main bonus damage that they have is unaffected. And now the numbers are starting to climb. Maybe Traction Trebs can get some good hits in. And you see the units going down on both sides. Yeah, they have weaknesses to archers because they don't have much pierce armor. And I think DauT still had numbers in that fight. I mean, look at that. After that, he's still ahead in KD. But okay. Maybe that's the answer. Enough Shenbei Raiders. And you keep the Mamluk numbers down and you press with the numbers down. And yes, they are considered Cav for the bonus damage, yes. Okay, Mamluk numbers were not there in the fight. And still doesn't have the numbers. And Antagonist has consistently been struggling, even with 3 castles, to get enough Mamluks out. And maybe it's just a single-minded avoidance of elite skirmisher that he had. Not having enough of them in the initial fights. And even more Mamluks going down. DauT, he'll win if he has overwhelming numbers and still keeping his numbers up around 30. Much easier to produce from ranges than it is from castles. Now, Traction Treb's not really that good against buildings. Where they shine is versus units. And Antagonist can repair that castle for quite a while if he has more vills, but 13 vills, essentially making up for the 18 he gets from the workshop if he has to spend resources repairing. Now here come some skirms, but I think too little too late. They don't even have their upgrades. Yeah, and Antagonist wasted a lot of Mamluks in bad fights early on. And because of that, even when he had gotten close to the numbers, never had the advantage. And at least when you have a Cav Archer unique unit, the low pierce armor of the Mamluk does mean that you actually can kill the Mamluks. It's not like you're spamming melee Cav and never actually get a kill. And DauT's used that. He's lost a lot of his own units. Antagonist has taken a score lead now. But now even the skirms are just trickling forward. Shenbei Raiders taking out skirms. And that castle's been repaired for a long time, but with this many Traction Trebs, it finally goes down, and that'll hurt the Mamluk production even more. Now you're at the pop where you're kind of 200 pop versus 200 pop, and the skirms lose their early imp effectiveness, where you get the numbers of skirms out with how cheap they are. Now you're fighting gold units with skirms, and that feels rather inefficient. As now the skirms are not really a complement to the Mamluks so much as they're your main army. Yeah, last armor coming in now. But you're right, didn't have the armor prep for the skirms either. I mean, we all know how the closed maps work, right? Skirm openings are there for a reason. They're strong for a reason. The timing when you get the upgrades and the numbers out compared to the more expensive units. No siege. Well, right, he was going for something really expensive, the elite Mamluks. I'm sure he was thinking, I get Mamluk numbers and I win, and I think that's still true, but even with the eco of the workshop, didn't get to numbers. And now, with the negative KD still pushing, negative KD and down 8,000 resources collected. Still pushing. Need to nerf the Shenbei Raider. It is still winning against Skirb and Mamluk, which is pretty ridiculous. Maybe now that the Skirms have armor, they can take better fights. They also need to nerf the traction trib. These things, look at them go. Go killing the Skirms. And can we remove the entire Chinese DLC? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Remake it as a proper medieval Chinese DLC. Skirm is going down. The Raiders fighting the Skirms. Can you trade with the buildings? Nope, you only get resources from this workshop. And that's Shenbei Raiders are doing it. That's all DauT needed to do. Boom into Shenbei Raider and Traction Trib. Look at this army. The Mamluks cannot stop it. So a few bad fights early on kind of snowballed against AntagonisT. Maybe the unit's so strong that it beats Mamluks. And I'm just looking at those stats, and other than the range, there's no way that should ever beat the Mamluks. As much as we were talking about maybe taking bad fights and losing some Mamluks early on. Also, it's hard to take good fights against this unit. Now, that's what the range and the mobility does for you. And on the War Seeker, always had more numbers. The way? Do not get the last armor, no. They would get the Mingguang armor for melee armor. But they don't get the final armor upgrade, which hurts their Pierce armor. Got 0 on gold, but he has the workshop, so he has a gold trickle from that. AntagonisT does have 3 relics. So maybe there's a world where he finally takes a good fight against the Shenbei Raiders. Okay, he's finally taking a good fight. And maybe, just maybe, that'll force DauT to make a Cav switch, and then here come the Mamluks. Like, Cav will die to Mamluks. Problem is, Mamluks also die to traction tribs. They have enough attack. Oh my gosh. And now, no real way to take them out if the Shenbei Raiders would stop the Mamluks from closing. Switching to regular camel. You know, that could have been interesting. Maybe AntagonisT could have gone for a normal camel opening rather than Mamluks. And gotten them out faster, not being limited by the castle production. The traction tribs push the Skirms back. Oh, but yes, best of 7 Underhill, yes. AntagonisT base under attack? That's an outpost that's blinking. Was there a raid? There are some idle vills here. Maybe they're just idle. Oh gosh, he needs to remake the lumber camp. Running out of wood. I guess same for DauT. These vills are marathon runners. Is that in the Chronicles DLC, the Battle of Marathon? That would have been fitting for the first one. Imagine all games will be played. I hope so. Also, oh yeah, there's a gold here DauT can take. So DauT still has gold. Also still a relic in that corner. Yeah, that is an outpost. So 2 relics left. One for each player should they want them. And Sentient Sloths, thank you very much for the sub. That'll help count us towards our Partner Plus goal. Thank you very much. Ooh, okay, Skirm's going down. I bought Chronicles if they had the Battle of Marathon. You're right, maybe I should have. You don't see them in DM, really. I would have thought they'd be good in DM. It's so weird. It's like it's a siege unit. That it's their version of a trebuchet, but it's not really good against buildings. It's more good against units. And they're accurate enough that they still counter monks. And they counter most other siege. They have more range than bombard cannons. And they destroy normal trebs. So Skirm versus Light Cav. I wonder if there's a point now where Antagonist needs to think about going for Hussars of his own. They would have Hussars. Let's see, Hussar is still an option for DauT. Maybe that's where he spends his gold. Yep, doing Hussar and upgrading them. Yeah, they're better against units than bombard cannons. Okay, yeah, there we go. They're a light cav. But I guess the Mingguang armor Hussars will be better than the Saracen Hussars. Even though the Saracen ones have full upgrades. DauT continuing to push as Antagonist holds. How many? 3, I think? Or no, I have 4. Should take 4. Unless the cannon have a bonus against siege. It's 40 attack per cannon shot. And that's 115 HP. So 4 hits. I think 2 from a traction trip to destroy a cannon. And there's a GG. GG from Antagonist. Yeah, it's such a weird thing that their attack dispersion is like very small but positive enough that if you have them all attack the same spot, the shots spread out. But it's also accurate enough that they still snipe monks. It's like the most perfectly inaccurate value. So 505 kills for DauT by the end of it. And I didn't even catch Antagonist in eco. Antagonist was ahead in eco that whole time. But it's just that snowball of losing the units at the start lost him the workshop and he couldn't recover from it. Alright. Oh, it's 2-0. 2-0 DauT. What am I doing? 2-0 DauT. There we are. Wrong score, thank you. That's why we have a chat. That's why it's 9 AM. I wake up early to cast and I need my chat to help me. 2-0 DauT. And managing to win against Saracens on Sardis is a nice change of pace. Don't know if he'd played that matchup before, but it seemed like he knew what he was doing. Which I'd assume DauT always does. Alright, so I'm just gonna play an ad in between the games so we don't have them during the games. Apologies for the ad. If you want the ad-free experience, you can always watch on the YouTube stream where I turned them off. Felt a bit like he spent too much APM into macro and lost units. Yeah, I mean, there are other things he could have done, right? He could have tried to go more for either like a Camel Hussar or a Skirm opening an imp. Hello, hope you're doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. Still waking up this morning. Other than that, I'm doing pretty well. Cannot see any ads? Well, depends on your country. Some countries just don't get ads. I need one of those shady VPN sponsorships so I can tell my viewers to go and not get ads. Take a vacation from your bedroom. How shady are those? They're legit products. But you can probably get away with a free VPN if you ever need a VPN rather than a paid one. It's not like a betting site sponsorship. But yeah, there are also shady VPNs out there. But there are also like legit VPNs. Don't search for what Kolo means in Greek. Okay, okay. Where are my clown admins? Tell me what Kolo means, the map name. Okay, lobby is up. And looks like they still have Sardis selected, so maybe after that long game, the players themselves might need a break. Means Monk's bad? No, no, no. No one would ever say Monk's bad. Monks are good. Monks are good. So if you're Antagonist, I wonder what you're thinking here. DauT could be a big risk to pick. That is the Defend the Wonder sudden death map. Hello, Bailo. I feel like Zimbabwe is probably the safest pick for Antagonist here. And looks like that's what he's going with. That's selected in the lobby. Coffee good. So just waiting for them to launch. And here we go. On Zimbabwe, we'll have DauT playing as the red Bohemians, Antagonist as the blue Portuguese. Now, DauT lost the game Mongols versus Bohemians against Barls. And now DauT's going to have to show off his Rage Forest skills, both players heading out immediately to lore. Why is your Twitch purple? That is the theme color for Twitch. What do you mean your Twitch is purple? I do use purple in their brand assets. Oh, a diagonal hit on the Vil. Oh, DauT. DauT. You can do it, DauT. Come on, DauT. Oh, diagonally. Oh no. DauT. Okay, will he still lure? Yes, he will. 11 HP. That Vil can take 2 hits. Okay. Meanwhile, AntagonisT. Oh, he already has an elephant under his TC. And oh no, the Vil got hit. The Vil got hit. DauT can take no more hits. The Vil will die. And oh, now he needs to bring them into the gate. Scouts there opening it. Okay, does he have this? Does he have this? Remember, you can garrison now. No big deal. Shoots once. Shoots each of them. Each of them a second time. And killing with the TC, but you can do that now. You can do that now. And double luring with a 6 HP Vil, yes. Part of me says we should go back to the days when you had to shoot the board twice. That would make these lures a bit more risky. So he did it. He did it. Congrats to DauT. The walls were an adventure, but an adventure that paid off. AntagonisT has some tricks up his sleeve too, and he has an elephant lured in. Now you get to the point where each player has a scout, and they're looking for the other players to lure and block. Your android motive to dynamic purple. What? The 13-second idle time for AntagonisT? Okay, maybe DauT better at keeping the TC running while luring. Sometimes they shoot it twice. You only have to shoot it once in DE. It's if you shoot right on the diagonal and run away immediately, then you might not be in the line of sight, and then it won't be able to chase you. That's why that happens sometimes. With scouts or military units, you have to hit them twice. And they did that because otherwise laming was too strong. Purple's a good color. I like purple. It's my second favorite age color right behind cyan. Yeah, the Diago. If you're thinking of like a military unit, like a scout or like a hyper-random archer or skirm, then yeah, you have to hit it twice. Ooh, that rhino getting some bites on the Vil. Will DauT run in? Oh, DauT, what are you doing, DauT? Vil has to do a bit of a dance with the house, but it worked out. Ooh, no it didn't. No it didn't. DauT successfully. Oh, can he get the Vil? Can he get the Vil? DauT, the micro god, DauT gets the Vil and he'll get out. Stops the lore. What is this? Aloters, what is this? DauT. He's playing all that Rage Forest and it's paying off. Look at him go. Yeah, DauT showing the true Rage Forest power, taking the hill. Is bringing a Vil over for the fight. DauT on scout HP. Has to be careful now that he's lost a bit of HP. And also he's getting lured into a lion. Lion's gonna help AntagonisT there. Well, there's Loom for DauT though. Loom for DauT. He gave up on the no Loom lore dream. His APM so high, just needed something else to do with it, right? Oh, here's another Rhino. Rhino brought in successfully this time for AntagonisT. DauT, oh, he's still trying to figure out how this works. Okay, he's got it, he got it. 15 HP left, he's good. I'll do a house in Hilor. Hello, Noob Netrum, over on YouTube, how you doing? There's Feudal Age on the way for DauT. Oh. Almost went to finish the Palisades. He's not gonna lure. More interested in the scout fight. AntagonisT trying to get to the hill. Makes the lure difficult if he can camp the hill. Now trying to wall in one wolf. I still need to figure out how DauT's scout managed to attack that boar. Look at the micro blocking the elephant while the Vil fights the scout. Antagonist is going to try to wait for the hill, maybe? No, he's going to turn around. Oh no, DauT, no! Oh, brilliant move by Antagonist. He saw the Vil trying to attack the scout, so he just ran to the elephant and let the elephant get the kill. The micro from Antagonist. So he'll be a minute slower, adding in a barracks. So that might be an attempt to go forward if he wants spears. DauT not on stone, just gonna be market blacksmith from him. Might just be a pure boom. Got it down to her science, 8 palisades and 1 in circles while the scout kills it. Oh, Feudal Age Scout for DauT, though. Maybe a mistake for Antagonist to be outside of his walls while he's still Dark Age. Got a bit greedy looking for more Vils, but DauT will kill the Scout. He's going for a house. Or not. What's the Vil gonna do? Oh, DauT! He's gonna lure this elephant, and on the way back, he's gonna grab this elephant. Okay, let's go DauT. He's got this. Oh, nope. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying earlier. You shoot just on the diagonal, and you turn and you run, and you leave the line of sight before the arrow hits, and then the elephant gets confused and doesn't chase. Here he goes, here he goes. Elephant going for the Vil.
Jsem připraven.
That's what's happening in your case then, makes sense. Yep, that was probably exactly what happened. That's why I kind of missed when you had to shoot him twice. Oh no, DauT, don't block your own Vil. Okay, you have HP, you're fine. Need more Vils in your own TC, but everything is good. Not the cleanest positioning, but there he goes. And Castle Age there for DauT. And over here, some farming even for Antagonist, trying to smooth his eco a bit, and adds in some scouts from his stable. Feels weird to hear them talk Czech. That's what Lidicor always told me, back when he was still casting AoE2, because he's Hungarian. And whenever he played Magyars, or heard the Magyar Vils, he would get super distracted, because he would understand what they were saying. And TC in the back. Oh, wait, Antagonist gets a Vil. Gets a Vil on DauT's TC. DauT looks like he managed to turn and fight and keep the scouts away. But that is a Vil kill on the TC. Second TC going up for DauT. This will be on the inside. DauT looking to boom. Remember, if you boom and hold this hill eventually, it's a ton of gold and stone. We've co-casted with him before, but he's off doing some, I think he's doing a postdoc. Last I talked to him, I went to Cornell. I think that's where he's doing his postdoc. He studied chemistry, I think, at Maryland. He pops into chat every now and then, usually in the evenings. He probably has work to do at this hour right now. Is he still AoE 4? I haven't seen him actually doing any type of stream. He tried to do Stormgate for a while. I feel like that game as a whole kind of floundered, though. Yeah, he finished his PhD. He's doing a postdoc now. He has finished researching chemistry at the university. So Light Cav over here running around. You fight with chemists for a living. And Jarvis the Jelly, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I tried playing Stormgate with him a bit in the beta, and I couldn't get into it. Munching on the Vil. Antagonist adding in farm. So 3 TC boom from both of them. Pretty similar Vil counts. Antagonist slightly ahead in score and in resources collected. You do physics at the Chemical Institute. Isn't like OGE Canada Chris some type of chemical engineer? Originally, I had some hopes with Stormgate because it looked like, wow, an RTS actually in a modern engine. But I haven't really seen much done with it. I feel like the StarCraft formula is a bit harder to work with than like the Age of Empires formula. One, just like the theme, it's harder to pick up and watch if you don't know what's going on. Like with AoE 2, at least, it's like, oh, guys with swords hitting each other. It immediately makes sense. Guys with arrows shooting at each other. Or adding in lots of lasers and sci-fi elements, it's not quite as clear. Yeah, as I said, I tried playing it with Lidicore a while ago, and just didn't really get into it. It's been a long time since I've tried it, but haven't really gotten back to it. Stay explanation ever. Yeah, I think like from a gameplay perspective, the whole civs start the same but get more different as the game goes on, rather than their difference right in your face right away. Makes it easier to get into because you don't need to force pick a civ or learn specific mechanics for every single civ. You just kind of learn the basics of how to play the game, and then you can play anything. That's one of the things I noted when AoE 4 first came out. That kind of the same thing with Age of Mythology. That the stuff is so different that you end up learning like different build orders more so than like overall game sense, and is a bit more of a spreadsheet focus than there is in AoE 2. Yeah, and that might be more of an issue in like AoE 3, AoE 4, where there are more civs. But even in Age of Mythology, when there's only 3, I thought it was kind of, or I guess only 4 because of the Atlanteans, or 5 or 6 now. I mean, I guess there's Chinese and Japanese DLCs. They keep adding more. Yeah, and the maps being the same calls for a different approach. Imagine that. I mean, we've seen a lot of these, sometimes you can have very fixed maps, like Zimbabwe is pretty much the same thing all the time. But it's not the exact same thing. Like, you still need to scout, and yeah, there's gold in the general location. It's not in the same spot. You can go try to find relics. And you're playing one map in a rotation of a bunch of maps. So you can get away with stuff with some more fixed things if you have a map pool in tournaments than you could, like if you're playing Arabia over and over on the ladder. So hand cannoneers, alright, Castle Age hand cannoneers from DauT, as he's going for a ram and hand cannoneer push. Gunpowder and Castle Age against Gunpowder and Castle Age? Well, no organ guns just yet. We're seeing crossbowmen from AntagonisT. How do crossbowmen do against Castle Age hand cannoneers? The hand cannoneers have a much higher attack. The advantage would be microing with ballistics. Will ballistics be enough? And being able to go imp and have a transition to bracer can be nice. But looking at the res count, that might be a bit far away still. And hello, Miss Luna Rain. Hope you had a good night of sleep. Seeing you again on the YouTube chat. So Ram's going for the stable as the hand cannoneers push in. Bills are running, dying on the gold. Oh, Knight's popping out of the stable just as the hand cannoneers are there. That does help a bit. But now, don't think there's enough army yet for AntagonisT to stop this push. The Vil counts are still very similar, but 19 to 9 military. He's grabbing a relic and maybe shouldn't put it in that monastery. We'll have 3 relics. Needs to make sure the gather point's on the back so the relic pops out this side. Yeah, like that. Don't want it popping out on the front. Our mangonel from DauT, and again, kind of same thing as last time. AntagonisT being a bit overzealous and taking the fight. And, you know, losing 3 or 4 crossbows here and there matters when you're trying to get equal numbers, and you're down already. Oh, and DauT. What are the chances DauT mangonels his own castle here? The relic's kind of blocking a castle spot. Okay, DauT, mangonel, okay, he doesn't mangonel it. Okay, immediate reaction from AntagonisT with his own castle. Neither player up to imp just yet, but they're both using the market, trying to go up for a Treb War. DauT already has a ram, though, and already has a mangonel to defend his castle from rams. Here come the hand cannoneers. They will die to the TC. Ooh, that was a risk from DauT, maybe thinking he needed to deny the castle. Well, the castle goes up first for AntagonisT, but DauT clicks up first to imp. AntagonisT needs a bit more gold to go up. All of a sudden, DauT, 3k more res collected. And he has a 4th TC over here, starting to make his way to the north. Imperial Age on the way for AntagonisT. You slept terribly, but I'm recovered. At least you're recovered. Hope you had fun last night. A little patch of grass among those dragon trees. So, and DauT already does have chemistry, so he will make bombard cannons as soon as he's up. And he's up 30 seconds faster. This will be a tricky Treb War for AntagonisT. And DauT already, from that game he played against Barls, recognizing how important it is to take the north of the map. Moving in that direction already. Shooter is easy to learn, easy to watch. That's the thing, I feel like shooters are actually kind of hard to watch. Because like from an RTS, there's a very natural observer perspective. And I don't think the same thing exists as easily for shooters. You can watch a point of view. But I think it's harder to do a broadcast. I mean, you can, of course. But it's weird that any type of like overall broadcast would be a very different perspective from how you play the game. Whereas at least in AoE 2, you know, looking as a broadcaster, you see the same thing the players see for the most part. Or the same thing you would see as you're playing. So there's a 3-0 for DauT. His Rage Force skills paying off for him. And 52 to 28 Castle Age hand cannoneers worked for him. And that's a 5k resource lead for DauT, who is looking pretty good to advance to the finals. DauT, the last home map for AntagonisT, and I feel kind of weird about that. I don't know if a sudden death map is what you'd want to try to extend the set. Well, he lost on Zimbabwe. And he'll need to figure out what map to play now if he wants to keep his chances alive. I used to watch a lot of Call of Duty back in like the original Modern Warfare 2 days. I don't know if I could ever get back into it though. I feel like I'm just too outside of it. Joden's not back, that's true. Now remember, AntagonisT did win against Joden in the previous round. Well, it's struggling now against DauT. shooter MOBA you can watch without a lot of knowledge, and it's not a lot of units going on. You see 1v1 or 3v3, and if 3 are dead, you know 1-1 in RTS, it's way harder to follow. Yeah, that's true. There are fewer pieces, right? There are fewer moving pieces. And from that perspective, there's less you need to be aware of. Both have capital T in the end, they do. Yeah, DauT with the old school capital T at the end of the name. AntagonisT too. And Narak will be the next map. Okay, AntagonisT, I think, sharing my concerns about TODIG. And DauT now will want to close this out as quickly as he can so he doesn't need to use civs if he makes it to the finals. And also a reminder, coming up later today, we'll have the Silver League finals. And we also will have the semifinals, the other semifinals, tomorrow at 19 GMT. Kingstone against freaking Andy. Who's DauT playing in the finals? We'll find out tomorrow. That'll be the winner of Kingstone and freaking Andy. You have a team focus that you don't have in RTS? Well, I mean, are there any RTSs that really have a team game scene other than AoE 2? I feel like AoE 2 team games are something that isn't really replicated elsewhere. Which is a shame, because AoE 2 team games are great. So, AntagonisT needs a reverse sweep now. Now, Kingstone capitalizes the N in his name. Blame AoE for the history degree. See that's I'm safe. I had AoE 2 to thank for the math and programming degrees. Hello, lame monk. Good morning. 4v4 DM Michi tournament. Grizzlin's still around. Maybe she can give us insight into that. Get an engineering degree? Well, an engineering degree is definitely more useful than a math degree, if you want a job. So when I took a history course in college to fulfill some random requirements that I needed to take, like a breadth of courses, our professor told us that we needed to give our teaching assistant good reviews because he was doing his history PhD, and if he couldn't get a teaching job, he had a list of all of our emails to ask for food. Alright, so here we have Narak with a fortified tower here. AntagonisT will be the Cumans, DauT will be the Hindustanis. No castle, no barracks, but you do have a king. We did see a king snipe by leaving a king too far outside. He was wrong. Even with the job, he will need the food. I guess in this economy. So king's over here to the right. Oh, they will run past each other. Say hello. A kingly hello, greeting each other. These towers look nice. Yeah, they're the pretty fortified tower architectures. Oh my gosh, AntagonisT! AntagonisT is the Cumans, and he is up right away. And the feudal scout is faster than the king. Is there a world where the speedy Cuman scout gets a king snipe? I don't think so. DauT's bringing the king back already. And AntagonisT had that in the back of his mind, I'm sure. I'm sure he did. But I think DauT's aware of that too. DauT's done enough regicide. Ooh, yeah. Remember yesterday we saw freaking Andy versus Siscon. where both players decided to go scouts, but one player forgot to bring their king back, and the scouts picked off the king in feudal. So not getting a repeat. Going for 12 pop. It's normal for the Cumans, because the Cumans go for a 2 TC boom in feudal. It is a regicide start. If you ever play regicide, usually the maps have you start with a castle, but as a trade-off, you start with 0 gold and only 150 stone instead of 200 stone, but you have 500 food at the start. So if you're a civ such as the Georgians or the Khmer, where the Khmer don't need buildings, or the Georgians start with a mule cart as one of the buildings on Regicide Fortress where you have the barracks, you click feudal right away. You can click feudal at 500 food right away. And we saw that in Valley of Kings and Cartographers for a few games. Not really useful for those civs for booming, but you can do it. For the Cumans, usually it's doing one building, or in this case two, your lumber camp in your middle, and then clicking up as fast as you can, because you want to get your second TC as ASAP as possible. The king can push deer, yes, the king can push deer. And then, once you get your 2 buildings, because you start with 500 food, you click up, and you immediately get the 2 TC boom. So a tiny bit of idle time for Antagonist as he was trying to force drop the food to go up, but he is up no problem. And you start with 10 vills too, so he went up on, what was that, 12 pop? So I guess he made 1 vill. 1 or 2 vills, and then the lumber camp and mill. Wonder if we'll ever get proper regicide on the ranked ladder. I hope we get a proper version of Fortress one day, Atomic, one day. The version of Fortress they have is way too big. Yeah, Bloodless, I can hear you shaking your head. The double bit axe on the way here for DauT. And Pratito, thank you for the follow. And Market Blacksmith on the way for DauT. You'll have them in the back. Hey, playing against the Cumans, now you have extra reason to. Yeah, Cumans have been a really good pick on Regicide Fortress because of this ability to 2 TC boom right away. And there are different things you can do after it. You can turn it into like a 4 TC boom by going castle. You can turn it into 2 TCs to a forward castle straight to imp. I've seen Tato play this civ on Hideout or Arena, where he goes for a tower rush while doing the 2 TC boom. The thought being, okay, you have 4 vills forward for the tower rush, but your opponent then needs to react to you. And while they're reacting, you're booming. And then we had that Jordan set where basically he went for this 2 TC boom into forward workshops and some castle age aggression with rams and steppies. The king is pushing the deer to feed the villager. The king actually committing to help. You spent your Voobly days playing Regicide Fortress only. I miss that when you could play whatever map you wanted on Voobly. I miss those days. This is mining camp. This is a DauT mining camp. So this mining camp is okay if you're only ever going to have 4 vills on stone. Otherwise, you'd put it here if you wanted more vills. I don't mind it that much. I mean, if you're putting it here and having 4 vills on stone, they gotta walk to drop off. Although if you only have 2, I'd rather have them split up on both sides. Then this vill wouldn't need to do that tiny bit of walking. Looks so lel. Searching for someone to play 3v3 Regicide. 3v3 Regicide, that sounds fun. Yeah, cheap, not Indian vills, the Hindustani vills. They've been renamed. But yes, cheap villagers for the Hindustanis. Their discount currently is 18% in the Castle Age. And I guess you can try to go camels against the Cumans. Kipchaks become interesting then. Cumans, remember, they don't get heavy camel, but they do have capture age camels. I mean, capture age. Castle Age camels. Oh gosh, capture age camels. That would be scary. Castle Age camels. Now, Cumans only have camel, no heavy camel. Hindustanis have great camels. They get up to heavy, they get up to imp camel. CA camels, yes. Hello, Trerum. And Huntaria, thank you for the follow. And Brachiopods for the people, hello. Am I calling Bazi a camel? No. Bazi's better than a camel. Bazi's a clown. When do you even make camels as Cumans? Against Kipchaks. Or against Steppes. Right, like Cumans, that's probably their two strongest units. The Kipchak and the Steppe, and even the Hussar raids with steppe husbandry. So I think a lot of use cases for camels against Cumans.
Namaste.
Oh, as Cumans? I can read. You'd make them in the Castle Age. You make them in the Castle Age, right? You have your eco into a good Castle Age push with camels. You don't want them long term, but in the Castle Age, they're fully upgraded, and you have the eco for them. You kind of force yourself to transition to a different unit in Imp. But I've seen enough games where Cuman Castle Age camels work. Like, I've seen them kind of against Berbers sometimes, where the Berber player is trying to spam camels, and you can out-spam them even though they have the discount because you have the better eco. Or if you're turning this 2TC boom into a Castle Age push, which maybe that's what AntagonisT will do with some forward vills, and he sees DauT's defending with camels. Well, what else do you make as Cumans other than camels to fight that? And even if your camels are worse, numbers are more important. So he's up by 5 vills and 1,500 resources, and we'll go forward for a castle. DauT on 4 TCs using those cheaper vills. Those cheaper vills already spread out. I'll go for a 5th TC. At least that will be in time to see the castle going up on his doorstep. No military for AntagonisT, so he can't catch the vills, but DauT will be immediately there and see it. Oh, well, maybe he can catch the vills if he builds a house in the right spot, but they'll be forced back. Few spears defending the castle for DauT. Has to be careful of that fortified tower with how big the range is, and the fact it heals. DauT off gold for a bit. Well, he wasn't doing gold because he was booming, right? He didn't need the gold. So there is Loom, and I'll need to abandon this TC probably. Besides, he'll put Wheelbarrow in the TC so he doesn't train any more vills from it. And here's a knight. So we could see workshops behind this and a siege push. Remember, it is regicide, so DauT has to be wary of the king's location. What actually might be good is if instead of building the workshops over here, you build the workshops on this side and push from the west. And then if the king has to run, he gets cut off by the castle. Just wall over here, cut off the king's escape. And there is Imp. Okay, so this was not a Castle Age push like Jordan did, but going to be a straight push into Imp. And that'll be forward castle for Trebs. I don't know Castle Age cap rams. We have at least seen that before in this tournament. But it will be Imp for Kipchaks and Trebs. And, oh, also he gets in. Where did those knights get in? I had to have gotten through a gate somewhere. Unless there's an overchop. Maybe there's an overchop. Oh, looks like there's an overchop. And the knights are doing some hoovering. And if Trebs come out, if the knights stay in here, they could maybe cut off the king's escape. Some quick walls from DauT, but the knights are trapped in with him. Or he's now trapped the knights in with himself. See, does the fortified tower have min-range? It does. And the King Refuge, oh gosh, Capture Age, collapse these notifications. DauT's King Refuge is under attack. Is under attack by AntagonisT's Knight. Okay, Spear pokes down the Knight. Hip checks harassing the Vils. And DauT quickly walling that off. So DauT up by 10 Vils, but only 10 Vils. And still hasn't quite closed the res collected difference. Okay, maybe the fact the Knights... Oh no, now the Kipchaks are attacking it. Okay, whew. Okay, AntagonisT up to Imp. He stopped attacking that for the moment. Yeah, and I mean, that house is crucial, right? If AntagonisT gets Kipchaks on the base of the tower, that might be GG. That, I think, actually would force DauT to do murder holes. So, tower, yeah. DauT wisely will run the king. He's up to Imp himself, but chemistry, ballistics, and trebs. Castle now shooting the gate to make an opening. And good thing the king is in the TC, but same thing, the king needs to run. Yeah, now the king's gonna go back here. But there's a Kipchak there already. Okay, king just gonna chill by the gold. Ooh, okay. Treb going for the TC first, just gonna ignore the fortified tower. Vill's coming forward, and AntagonisT wants another castle drop. One thing AntagonisT isn't really doing is scouting the map, doesn't know DauT has moved out to the west. DauT's king will be in this TC now. Kipchak's looking for Vil kills and finding quite a few. Kipchaks are strong. The Vils don't fit in the tower. Tower will go down and the Vils will be exposed too. Another Treb shot or two. And then now they're forced out. So Vil leads soon for AntagonisT as DauT is facing a bit of a massacre here. Trying to go skirms. Kipchaks at least shoot enough arrows they can go through the pierce armor of the skirms. Feels like GG, unless maybe DauT can go for a king snipe himself. He's trying to do a defensive castle, but now he's down in Vils, and all of a sudden that res collected for DauT. Yeah, it's ahead, but that'll probably change. And change in a hurry. Kipchaks massacring the skirms. Skirms trying to get their final armor. This is the defense against Kipchaks. Skirms. And now AntagonisT has to find another unit he can use to complement his Kipchaks. Or to complement his Kipchaks. Destroyed out some market, yes. As the house goes down. You remember, the market's the most important building for DauT. He's still in that back TC. Making out some housing, but I think the Trebs need to go. Does he see the castle? He sees the castle. I think moving the Trebs slightly more forward and going for the castle would be the next step. So Cav Archers for DauT against the Kipchaks. Okay, can do stunning Cav Archers. No Parthian tactics for them. And more Trebs, more Kipchaks for AntagonisT. AntagonisT 94 Vils. I feel like AntagonisT needs to get to a point where eventually he can start getting farms added in. Only 20 farms right now. He slowly works his way up towards 60 farms and then can add in Hussars along with the Kipchaks. How's this not GG? It's never GG if you can pull off a king snipe. You don't even need petards, the woodline's open. This is a porous wall. And also, DauT has skirms. Yeah, DauT actually still has the resource lead. Hasn't turned around all that quickly. Antagonist has to be careful with his trib there. Now up to 4 tribs. Doesn't have much in the way of repair vills. I think he does need to start repairing the tribs. Trib's getting hit. Oh, was there a cannon? There was a cannon shot there. Yeah, I'm trying to trib this back. Cavaliers now. Oh, I thought there was going to be a hostile switch. This is a Cavalier switch. I guess you don't need as much food for that. You do need a lot of gold. Cavaliers going for the treb, and they don't quite take the treb out with the repair vills there. Another treb shot hits it though. And the Cavaliers doing their job of keeping the castle alive, just barely. 400 HP left. Cavaliers, Kiptraks need to snipe off the cannon. And that they do, and that'll keep the castle up still. And slowly but surely, Antagonist continuing to push. Only a 10 vil lead. It's not like he can sustain a negative KD all that well. Cavaliers at least do have all of their armor, but they're not Kuman Paladins yet. Only Cavaliers. DauT missing Bracer. DauT missing Bracer absolutely is not great against Imperial Age Cav. You are 110% correct about that. Antagonist not repairing that castle also worries me. But now 5 trebs deployed, besieging DauT's castle, and that'll be ready to crumble. Down it goes. 5 trebs make short work of a castle. As that treb goes down. And with no more defense, DauT will call the GG and Antagonist. Well, the first step to a reverse sweep is winning when you're down 3-0 and he takes a win. That'll be 108 to 62 KD. Better eco for him at the end. Kuman boom into the faster imp. Eco was neck and neck there for a while, but I think this is usually my favorite way to play Kumans on your Regicide Fortress-like maps. Your boom into that forward castle. So, win for Antagonist. And now DauT picks the map, so maybe we'll see Ngome now. Maybe we'll see Ngome. Jordan was 2-0? Was he? I don't think he was. Also, shout out to DauT who's streaming his point of view. If you want to see a point of view stream, you can check him out. It was 2-1 to Jordan at one point. The YouTube's thumbnail says TTL, what? What the heck? I changed that to say... Thank you for pointing that out. I could have sworn I had changed that the other day. But yeah, YouTube, you need a thumbnail for your stream. Who watches on YouTube? People who want to watch in 4K without ads. We actually have a nice number of 69 YouTube viewers right now, and 269 viewers on Twitch. Wow, that's doubly nice. So some people watch on YouTube and then chat in the Twitch chat. So I can stream in 4K on YouTube with the wonderful AV1 encoding. And okay, looks like we're going to have Tulo here, because the chat filter, this is, I don't know why the chat filter does this. I don't know why the chat filter does anything, but the map name is censored. Oh, thank you, Arbase. Good afternoon. Hello, Arbase. Everyone spam your pound symbols in the chat. We have a wonderful censored map name. Why is Tulo censored? I don't know. But here this is the best map name. Well, one day we'll need to make a map pool that consists of only maps with censored names. And then we can play Guess the Map. You love a good pounding? Yeah, you must use a different pound symbol than I do as the pound symbol. I guess people just call it the hash these days. I guess maybe the number sign is another way. I think pound symbol might be American. It's what we use on our phone menus. Like after you enter a number, you press pound. We can have Golden Stream and Haboob, but not Tulo. Can't have Seize the Hump either. You did appreciate calling it a pound symbol instead of a hashtag? Yes. I'll never call that a hash. Not what it is. Alright, so we have Tulo. We'll have a Georgian's Mirror. Just need more Zong, yes. I had a professor once who didn't speak English that well. And when he tried to write numbers on the board, instead of using a variable, he would write the number sign. And we thought, oh, that's just some silly thing he does because he doesn't speak English that well. But then we looked up his publications, which presumably have co-authors and editors, and he used the number sign there. He had a vector of numbers, where like every entry in the vector was the number symbol. Oh gosh, that notation was amazing. So, hey, ran out of stone. Well, no stone in the middle of this map, only stone on the outside. You have to chop through Chaos Pit-like to get to it. DauT's map does start touching the edge, so maybe a slight advantage for him. Now, why it's called Tulo? Yes. Now you do. Originally, the map was a regicide map, and you started with a fortified tower, which I think made it a bit more thematic. It's that's kind of what it is, kind of like a fortified mini castle manor house type thing in China. I still don't know why Tulo would be censored, but that's what the theme is. And there is a double docks. Okay, both players for the same build, sending two vills forward to dock the middle. Biologists use the wrong letters for kinetics. He visited Fujin Tulo, fortified village, a few months ago. Yeah, fortified village, kind of like a mini castle village fortified thing. Yeah. So some fortified walls, and yeah, Trireme needs to get... Oh wait, what the heck? What the heck? What is this? What? How did DauT get a gate out there? Okay, I've not seen that before, but okay, okay, I gotta send a photo to the admin chat. This is, a bit broken. I don't think we admin re for this, but that is a bugged map. Let me, well, this gate for DauT on Tulo. Yeah, at least he has a safe wood. The gate should not be there. Sometimes it does spawn against the edge, and you know we're okay with that. We haven't been doing admin re's for that. But this is amazing. I haven't looked yet at how the clowns do the circular walls on this map, but this is perfection right here. Less bugged, more cursed. Yeah, now I have to fix it for another event. We also need to fix the relics sometimes not spawning. Sometimes if the base is in the corner, it'll block the relic. Yeah, 2 circular walls not egg enough. I've not seen that, but that is amazing. We've seen now we've seen like apparently we can get 1 tile of water with a box turtle in it on the edge sometimes too. We've seen a bunch of very random one-off bugs on this map that don't really matter, but it's amazing. I guess it wants to place a gate on each side. So different builds here. We have 3 fishing ships for AntagonisT, no fishing ships for DauT. DauT will try to harass them with his scout. DauT has 3 Vils in the middle. We have seen sometimes some big Vil fights here. And I wonder if AntagonisT could try to FC this map. He's still not up. You can very well FC on this map, but it is a bit of a risk, and you do end up losing your fish in the middle. So DauT, okay, as they started with the same build order, we're gonna have very different approaches now. DauT adding in a barracks, and he will have some feudal age aggression, while AntagonisT will just try to go fast castle. So I don't know what approach I like more. I've seen both be successful. And still not even clicking up is AntagonisT. Bill's turn and hit the scout. How many mirror matches? Honestly, not that many. Not that many. So feudal age on the way for AntagonisT. Can't fight in the middle now. Guess we'll try to drop off the food. Avoid blocking his own fishing ship from dropping off. Oh, don't lose the 6 food. Oh, I didn't drop it off. What was the previous map? Previous was Narak. And now we're on to Tulo. DauT with a forward range and forward Vils to try to start whacking his way through this palisade wall. But we're almost out, almost to freedom on the outside. We have 1 tree left, 180 wood to chop through. And then AntagonisT is free to head out. Maybe the downside for AntagonisT is he has a gold over here, but the gold on the right side of his base would be pretty far away. Would be pretty far away from him. DauT won the first 3 games. Now has to hope that the feudal age approach is better than the fast castle approach with the Georgians here. Georgians are a great civ for defending, and as soon as AntagonisT gets to the castle age, he will plop down fortified churches. Here, because it's bedtime. Hello, Isolde. When I hear £, I see the currency symbol, but you remember the number sign being pound back in the landline days. Yep, that's what I grew up with. You press pound for the menu. And hello, Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. And getting closer to getting out. 100 wood left, basically one tree through which to chop now. But the archers are closing in. There is a... Why is there a hole here? Probably from luring a boar earlier. And Antagonist will try to wall that out. Thank you, Merlin Pinpin, for the follow. Antagonist being careful to keep the villa alive, get some HP on that house, and continue chopping through. Didn't replace the wall after luring the boar. Maybe he could have tried to wall a bit farther out after the boar lure. Now, he is still open on this side where DauT go around, maybe with another group of archers. But so far it seems like DauT is content to send archers back to the middle? Where's he going? I don't know why he's sending archers here. Maybe he wants to get them home in preparation for crossbow? And this is where I'd now worry a bit about Antagonist's base setup, but I think he needs a fortified church, kind of Phosphorus styled right by the TC to protect the golds. Sending outside. Maybe he hasn't chopped through yet though. He's almost there. Okay, 20 away. Yeah, okay then. Looks like he's gonna go outside with them. But he will not be out as quickly as Antagonist is. Or maybe they will be out at just the same time. Just about the same time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and out. Over here, out at just about the same time as DauT. So grabbing a couple of buffaloes, we'll have a bit of a traffic jam as he tries to move in and out. Oh, DauT. This isn't Nilly's fault, this is your own fault. Well, he wanted to send the archers on the outside. Now he's sending the spear there. Oh, there he goes, pathing. Wandering around. Alright, so here we have Antagonist. Could do a TC on the outside now. Good stone mine there, and stone mine down here. But DauT's starting to come forward with the spear and with 4 archers. At the same time, Scout running around the front of his base will find this gate in the middle of nowhere. And we do have a house up here, stopping the archers from getting back in on this gold. And a fortified church up for Antagonist. There'll be arbalests before they arrive. I don't think the map is that huge. DauT up to the castle age, so I doubt there'll be crossbowmen either. But they maybe soon will have bodkin. And church will boost this wood income. Keep the Ville safe from this side, but soon I think Antagonist will want a TC, probably right here in the back. Don't know if he'll get it up in time. Has the wood if he goes right now. But he's none the wiser as to DauT's sneak. And he's trying to go knights to take out the fires in the middle. No demos from DauT. DauT losing a couple of Vills now. And will lose his fishing eco. So Antagonist takes the score lead as he retakes the middle. He should take a Vill lead as DauT is still up to the castle age. Archers slowly but surely making their way around. At least when they get there will be a fortified church, though, for Antagonist. The middle taking out the fishing ships. And also taking out the... getting taken out by spears, though. Bloodless, no doubt, for Antagonist. Morning, Herr Kommissar. Oh, and he's doing the TC just as the archers arrive. They hit the Ville. Ooh, they could have one-hit the TC there. And Antagonist needs to notice this and bring the knights over. And the monk. Just as the other archers break through, he's going to try to group up the archers. DauT's up to the castle age, and it could be bodkin arrow time for him. Bodkin crossbow. Can he keep them alive for the upgrades? The knights only have 1 armor. Scout goes down. The scout can run some interference here and block. I could let Bodkin come in. Okay, so a bit of a counter raid from DauT does work out for him. In the meantime, though, he is losing in the middle. Blood being spilled the same way the apples are spilled from that knocked over basket on the dock. And knights not getting hit by a demo. They might try to come back and defend, but crossbow pressure from DauT. And now the gold control, at least there's a gold here, but might be tricky for AntagonisT. I honestly wouldn't mind seeing another fortified church in his base. Boost more farms and keep more crossbows away. Second TC on the way up for DauT too. So Monk healing up the knights here. I mean, the Georgian knights themselves will heal. And now we have 7 or so knights, so once they're able to take a fight, they should be able to clean up these crossbows. And then clean up these crossbows too. I don't know which group you go for first, but I still think there needs to be a church here. Yeah, there's the church. As he's doing that, the knights will clean these crossbows. Might need to split up to take the fight, but they're still just fine. And the weak knights pull back to heal, of course. So not a single knight should be lost here. All those crossbows should be killed. That monk needs to start doing some healing. And down they go. Does it stack? It should stack. But monk healing fast enough that that'll be the main thing. Oh, demo? Demo? AntagonisT? Where's the demo? Oh, he's not having fun. He's not making a demo. The wheelbarrow on the way for AntagonisT. That still has that forward range, but the knights might be able to destroy that. Does AntagonisT see the range? Who doesn't actually see the range? If he did, he could probably clear it. And DauT will be grabbing the relic from the middle. So 41 to 42 Vils. Knights for AntagonisT, crossbows for DauT. PC going up. DauT not moving the buffaloes away. I forgot about them, and oh, that'll be a nice food boost. 300 food before farms need to come in, along with the deer for AntagonisT on that TC. As Bosaw and AntagonisT going to look to send knights around the outside and maybe raid with them. Extra hard to raid Georgians, though, with their fortified churches. Yeah, had been lost for skipping the demo. Both players, though. No demos for DauT either.
Get your orders.
And more buffaloes. So more buffaloes means a bigger delay on farms. There's Sanctity for DauT, HP for the monks. AntagonisT picking up relics too. He's trying to grab a second. Which monk will win the foot race? DauT's will not. DauT's monk stopped. Ooh, and AntagonisT will grab the relic first. Also, no atonement for the Georgians. Oh, wait, no, AntagonisT, no, where are you going? What is that monk doing there? Okay. Okay, disaster for both players, but AntagonisT will grab the relic. Monk took the scenic route.
Get you ours.
Knights will hit the Vils. Vils going down. Oh, almost not enough space to garrison. So a nice raid here causes a good bit of idle time. Monks will come over, though. That'll end it as DauT is walled on one side, but not the other. Has to get out, but in doing so, he'll run into the monks. Some walls to keep the knights forced into the monks. And the knights, rather than being converted, will neatly be deleted all on top of each other. Look at that stack. Look at that stack. That'll be one mess of fertilizer for that farm. Is it a Halbin tower battle? Do Georgians have hand cannoneers? They do have hand cannoneers, yes. Heavy cav archer, though, might also be the play. Lack the final armor, though. Also lack thumb ring. I need a stack overflow. that was really awesome. Lans Lovuzd. Lans to you. You thought they nerfed stacking? I know if this were a World's Edge event, we'd have to do a DQ for patrol stacking. Why are we witnessing a mirror here? Because both players picked the Georgians. It's free pick, no repeat. So, they both picked Georgians. Fortified church on the way up for AntagonisT. Oh, why are they good here? Fortified churches. Good eco. And it's kind of a hybrid map. Georgians are one of those hybrid map civs because there are the fish in the middle. Where the mule carts start to the map helps you. Also helps you chop through the wood line more efficiently to get to the outside. Don't know if they're the best civ here, but they have a lot of things going for them. Oh yeah, no ballistics from DauT either. Handcart in for AntagonisT, and I probably do say handcart a bit more impactful than heavy plow. But at least both players investing into their eco upgrades. And well, now the choice is ballistics from DauT as he does click it. And he will be adding cav archers now. Cav archers to supplement the crossbows. Yeah, well, whatever happens, I imagine Swan towers will be useful, as will lots of fortified churches. Every time I've seen Swan towers, I've always been impressed by their power. Castle up here for AntagonisT. And Imp on the way first for DauT, though. AntagonisT not too far away. He's down by about 10 vills. Getting a counter raid. He will see the cav archers now. And that castle will go up for DauT. I was afraid maybe the knights would raid it, but he's safe with it. And well, AntagonisT will know DauT is going cav archer. So it feels like there's a slight lead for DauT here in res and in timing and maybe even in army composition. Put those down. Cav archers pick more bills. Monks more conversions. We'll have handcart on the way for DauT. Imperial Age and Bloodlines for AntagonisT. So he'll be about 45 seconds slower to Imp. Might not matter too much because we won't have an immediate castle treb war. But it feels like he's being cornered in this side of the map, and as he's cornered, that's less gold access for him. He needs to move out to grab this gold, or out to grab this gold. And this gold in the middle, still contested, but feels like DauT has more presence for it. Bring for AntagonisT so we can have more games. I always love to see more games. And remember, after this, we do have the Silver League Finals. That's starting... supposed to start at 16 GMT, so in about 35 minutes. At least we have more of these games after, no matter what. Hard time noticing gold on the minimap? Maybe a bit. Don't know if Capture Age makes it easier or harder than the normal minimap, but having them on the dirt terrain certainly makes it harder. And that now is a good number of cav archers from DauT. Can AntagonisT do Manaspas and win a fight with Manaspas? So different army compositions here. Manaspa versus cav archer. I would think, naively, that the cav archer would win that. But what do I know? Oh, I think this fight is a bit too early. He needs the armor upgrade. He's clicking it right now, but I think the fight is too early. Even if it is under the TC. Didn't have the full numbers of the Manaspas to have all their extra bonus attack. Hello, Mingadai Enjoyer. Yeah, 52 to 15 military, and I don't think AntagonisT can take fights yet. But the score pulling ahead for DauT. DauT is feeling more and more ahead. And now with chemistry, it gets extra scary. That armor really needs to come in, and he doesn't have the numbers to take the fight. Got his bracer in chemistry, just needs heavy CA. Remember, churches only fire when garrisoned, so if there are no vills out here, churches don't pose a threat. And indeed, heavy cav archer on the way from DauT. He's up to 50 CA, that'll turn into heavy CA. And things starting to look grim for AntagonisT. He also fought before Elite Manaspa, before the armor, before he had numbers. CA death ball might just be too much of a death ball. Even with the garrison TC, I don't think the Manaspas can take the fight. Kinda wish TC fire was a little more threatening in fights like this. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he just needs more units garrisoned. House on the way up here for AntagonisT. Treb's still besieging the castle. Georgians will repair forever. Georgians will repair forever. Now, that's the thing. AntagonisT actually up by 15 vills, and maybe he's giving himself time to hold, but DauT on 200 pop. DauT says, I need more pop space, so as Nori cavalry on the way. Does that apply to cav archers? Mounted units, so I guess it does. So more cav archers, extra cav archers for DauT. I'll see if his pop space suddenly frees up. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, yeah, that counts for the cav archers. He just took out a TC with cav archers. We'll take out a castle now with his tribs. No doubt can add even more horses, as our base would put it. This castle's still standing, despite 4 trebuchets. And Georgians repairing on a hill. Yeah, this is a sight to behold. So AntagonisT needs more houses himself. Switch to Halb, don't think it's needed here. 33 Manaspas, Blast Furnace on the way. Gonna try to get to 200 pop and take one fight. Or no, he's just gonna go for it. Okay, this fight probably decides the game and then the set. As the cav archers here from DauT doing the job, protecting the trebs, killing the Manaspas. Meanwhile, the castle will crumble there, and AntagonisT will call the GG, and with a 4-1 win, DauT will advance to the finals. DauT will advance to the finals. We have a 91 to 55 KD for DauT. Up by almost 10,000 resources collected, and faster imp. Raids around the outside hurt AntagonisT in that transition period. AntagonisT more vills, but not enough army. And DauT with the cav archers, crossbows into the cav archers, seems to be the better composition. So congrats to DauT. Playing incredibly well throughout this tournament. 4-1 win for DauT. And that'll be a win for him on Tulo. So congrats to DauT. And well timed. And because in about 30 minutes we'll also have the Silver League Finals. And thank you all for tuning in. We have over 400 people watching between Twitch and YouTube just on this channel. And also shout out to DauT, who I think also streamed his point of view. So thanks to DauT for streaming. And we're going to keep going here. So I'm just going to say Stronghold Frenzy. This will be the Silver League Finals. Update my title. And thank you, Freaka4000, for the follow. So I think maybe I'll just cast a ranked game in between. We can cast Viper versus Fire. What do you want to see, Viper, Fire, or Hera Kingstone? Both of them are on Arabia. Let me know if you have a preference, chat. The Viper, Fire, or Hera Kingstone. So GG, do Swan Tower give +2 to TCs and fortified churches? Doesn't give them the pass-through. Viper versus Hera, that's not the matchup though. We also have Gabby versus Siscon. Want to watch more DauT? I know I want to watch more DauT too, but we're gonna have to wait for the finals for that. He will face the winner of Kingstone versus Freakin' Andy. So let me update the bracket real quick then. So get challenge.com/Stronghold Frenzy 2. I can show you the updated brackets. As this will then be, scrolling, a win for DauT. So that's 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. Submit scores. And DauT will be in the finals. That will be in the finals to face the winner of Freakin' Andy and Kingstone, which will be tomorrow at 19 GMT. Can we watch your random 1K players instead? Sebastian versus Miai? I think maybe we do Hera versus Kingstone. Viper's streaming, no one's streaming this. Update my title on YouTube too. YouTube saying Viper. I gotta collect Terra. Remind me, chat, that I need to update the logo when we get into the actual game in about 30 minutes. Disable the scoreboard. Remind me that I need to re-enable the logo. That's what I meant to say. Remind me to re-enable the logo. Low Elo legend? No low Elo legends. I don't think I can do that. So Hera will be the Blue Sicilians against Kingstone as the Red Vikings. Kingstone will be our other semi-finalist playing tomorrow against Freakin' Andy. So one of the 3 players remaining in Stronghold Frenzy is Kingstone. That's why I picked this one, because he is in Stronghold Frenzy. He's getting maybe some warm-ups for tomorrow on Arabia. Not a clown map, but good map nevertheless. And Freaka 4000, did I read this earlier? My mind is blanking as I'm clicking too many buttons between the games. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. I guess maybe just during the Dark Age I'll get the Twitch ad out of the way. Should have done that while I was swapping. Oh, we also have Nikov Stone, please. Lots of people playing games at this time. If only we had this in the evening at like 9 PM my time. Who is this Hera guy? Never heard of him? I remember when he played on his I Am Not Chris Smurf on Voobly. I got matched against him. I have a video of that on my YouTube from years ago. I think he lost his scout to my TC. You feel like you hear a lot about him? Yeah, you can research or advance to the Mythic Age through the guidance of Hera in Age of Mythology. So mill for Hera. Or over here. So I will hope that my clown admins keep me informed as to the progress of the Silver League. And here we'll just probably have time for one ranked game before that gets started. So Loom on the way. Standard Arabia. I don't know if we'll have any differences between this map and the King of the Desert Arabia map. Bill's heading over to the lumber camp. When the monarch sings, you hear a king's tone. When DauT sings, you hear a god's tone. King, I like that. King's tone, making the S possessive. King's tone instead of Kingstone. All the subtleties of English phonetics. So feudal for both on 18 pop, 17 vills each. So Sicilians, Vikings. I guess this is... Oh, okay, different approaches. Donjon for Hera. Let's go Donjon. God's tone fits Hera. Oh, that's true. Hera is a goddess. When the monarch sings, they usually lose regicide. Is that a song or a cry for help? Out of desperation. So milling the chickens is Kingstone. No funnels, sadly. Would have liked to have seen some funnels. A double vid axe on the way for Hera, double vid axe on the way for Kingstone. So after the donjon will be scouts. I guess doing the donjon, since you're spending stone on it, does mean the stable is a bit easier to construct and cheaper. Because you're not spending all that wood on the barracks. Leave that hole open. This hole here, he will wall it. You can have the unfortunate mistake of thinking that plant is actually part of the wood line when it's not, because it does graphically look bigger than the small trees of the smaller jungle trees. DauT 1, yes. The CA mass. Butcher over here taking some chicken. Okay, so Hera, long distance taking the chickens. Oh my gosh, does Hera realize this? Hera built a funnel. He built a funnel with his wall. And the chickens are gonna walk around. Oh my gosh, Hera actually is... Oh, look at this 3k elo play. Hera used his wall to funnel his chickens directly to his mill. Hopefully he notices this, because this is a 3k elo play for Hera right here. Look at him go. They'll get there eventually. Slowest funnel ever, but it's working. I hope he notices this. I hope he notices this. There are more chickens walking around. He has to see this. He has to see this. Probably playing without plants. Should have made chickens even slower. There they go. They're on their way. And, oh, actually, if Hera's paying attention, oh no, he messed up. There's a hole in his wall. There's a hole in his wall. There's a hole in his funnel. He's not fully walled. Oh no, absolute disaster. The chickens won't walk by the mill. I'll get to the other side of his wall. This one might try to walk back to the other side now. Why did the chicken cross the funnel to get to the other side? Now he's gonna fill the hole. At least he saw that from the chickens. Well, maybe even more valuable, revealing to him that he had a hole in his wall. At the same time, the left side is not walled. He will rely on quick walls with that spear. Maybe we need some quick walls on the wood line. And he's gonna rely on the spear. Up to the castle age, doing a gate just to keep the Vil safe. Kingstone not diving with the scouts. Hera not bothering to quick wall, thinking the scouts won't dive. Yeah, the security inspection chicken. Alright, well he did take them. He did take the chickens, so the funnel at least worked somewhat. He did get them next to his other chicken vills. Now forward spears for Kingstone. Hera needs to hold on just long enough to make sure he can take this fight. And if he wants to, he could even long distance mine some stone to get another donjon up. If I recall, it's currently 175 stone for a donjon. So if he mines the stone, should be able to get another one. A donjon by the gold might be prudent. Maybe he just wants to save the stone for a TC, though. Could TC the gold. Kind of awkward with this hill, though. And now archers from Kingstone might be able to force a fight, as Hera will have to run off the gold and get back. But enough gold for him to do something when he gets up to the castle age. Although he just spent 100 of it. How did he spend it? Oh, bloodlines, doing bloodlines. Hera's a fan of long-distance chickens. So is Hera not a chicken miller then? He's a long-distance chicken taker? I remember Louis used to do that with his deer all the time. He'd long-distance take the deer in feudal. And from behind, as Bloodlines comes in, he will look to take the fight, and timed this perfectly for Bloodlines to come in. And he will fight with some of the Vils too. And with the Vils being engaged and pulled into the fight, he will force Kingstone away. Kingstone, as the Vikings, does not have the option for Bloodlines on his scouts. And he'll get out while he still has a few scouts remaining. So no Vil kills. Eco's still pretty close, but the Vikings pulling a bit ahead with their free wheelbarrow. Free wheelbarrow has led to a bit of a Vil lead too for Kingstone on his way up. Doing the Lord's work, take your prime. Thank you. Clouch. Looks like you're already subbed, but thank you, thank you. Spear's gonna keep Hera away. Kingstone's gotta hope Hera doesn't find those two archers. These walls were bawkward. $11 with the minus 7k on. And fighting under the donjon, perfect location for the fight from Hera. Gets a couple of scouts and pulls back. Kingstone going to try to dive that weak one, but be deterred by the TC. Light Cav for Hera. Did fight right before Light Cav, though. I'll need to do a few more. Or a few starting monks from that monastery. Heal up the light cav, then move out. Jaguar picked here. Scouts from Kingstone still hoovering, but losing their ability to raid now as Hera gets more walled up. And Res collected neck and neck right now. And being neck and neck with the Vikings, getting your TCs up must feel pretty good. But still, that free handcart will loom large for the economy for Kingstone. And 4th TC for Kingstone, even. Handcart on the way there for Hera. It will be... honestly, it won't even be down in Vils by the time he gets handcart. He'll be down by a TC, but all in all, keeping pace on his economy. Halberd Cavaliers sound pretty scary for the Vikings. I can't check the the text on the tech tree if I don't have the scoreboard enabled. Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe I have to just enable it then. Hold on, we'll just say enable scoreboard. Best of 1. Ranked ladder. There, now I can check it. And that's an early handcart. I mean, he has 3 TCs and a lot of farms. I think it's an appropriate time for it. And he will lose a monk on that relic. Scouts pick it off. And handcart is really something you get as soon as you can. Wheelbarrow is, I think, a lot more questionable for the timing, but handcart you want as soon as you can. Would Berserks be a good option here? Right, they're very expensive, though. In my experience, Berserks, even with Chieftains, die to Paladins. How would they do against Halberd Cavaliers? That's a good question. I guess Chieftains would help them do damage because it won't be negated by Halberd, or the extra armor. So Scouts here going down to the light cav, and Hera should have a clear path to that relic now. Scouts to the left, not going to see and deny that to TC. We'll just go up on the stone. Well, that's true. It will be affected by Sicilians taking less bonus damage. You're right. So pikemen there, even with chieftains, I think probably lose hard to the Cavaliers. Berserk's a bit sturdier of a unit, but probably the same result. +3 instead of +5, and then another -1 due to Halberd. So that's 3 extra attack their Cavaliers would resist. So I would say yes, probably good Sicilian Cavaliers in the long run that Vikings can't deal with. I mean, what else do the Vikings do? Their Arbalest line, but same thing. Extra Pierce Armor too. And hello, Jack and all shades. Hello to all of your shades. Hope you're doing well. Second relic for Kingstone, he should be able to grab the third. He does have the score lead, and might be in a good position to push. And hello, Alien. Did the finals already happen? No, they did not, General Octo. No, they did not. The Silver League finals are going to start in about 10 minutes. We just casted one of these semifinals for the Pro League earlier. So, Hera up to Imp first. Here is the Pikeman upgrade. I've been trying to find the light cav, but Hera will micro away. Just slam everything with Cavaliers and push with Trebs. I think the slam with Cavaliers could be a good plan for Hera. I'm still not sure what Vikings will do against it. Whatever they do, Arbs, yeah, they have +1 attack, but that's going to be negated by, or even more so by, Halberg. It's also an expensive unique tech. And no thumb ring. It says, yep, they were doing one ladder game, General Octo, before getting into the set that's going to start in about 10 minutes. Yeah, Sicilians do get Siege Engineers for pushing. They do get Siege Onager with Siege Engineer too. I wonder if Heavy Scorpion could be play. There will be Berserks. Maybe Kingstone hoping that he can hit with Berserks faster than Hera can defend. Hera with ranges, thinking of Elite Skirm, but also doing Crossbow Bracer Chemistry. So it looks like a crossbow into Handkin, maybe, if he thinks he's against Zerks. Microsoft doesn't like the name for the Xbox network, oh no. No Handkin. Oh, no Handkin for Sicilians. That's true, they don't have that. Thought they did for some reason. But yeah, no real gunpowder for them. And here is some light cav hitting Vils on the gold mine. Vils going down. Yeah, light cav raids cleaned by the TC though. Bit of idle time. Berserk's though coming back to clear the raids rather than going forward. And that'll slow down the timing of the push as raids come in. So Hera doing a good job hitting Vils. Third relic though for Kingstone. Score is still pretty close. Another castle on the extra stone for more map control from Hera. Remember, most of the res are in the middle here, and Hera gonna open Arb actually. Gonna open for some cheap Sicilian Arbs and go into Onager Siege Engineers. What is that? Bunch of rams. Bunch of rams. Zarbs take out the pikemen at the front. Oh wow, Elite Berserks. I don't think I've seen them yet. Do they have a horned helmet there? Like, yeah, look at all that armor there they have there. Let them go. They have like a double cape. Like it's like helmet, hair, pelt, cape. Didn't want to mess with that guy. And a ram push for Kingstone. Was thinking about going through the wall, but then decided no, let's go for the Treb and keep the castle standing. On the AI, you want our opponents in Age of Empires, you want some Barbarian. Sounds like he'd get all tangled up. Probably does. Berserk's getting on the Arbs. Berserk numbers are here. Kingstone taking a decent fight. Onager from the rear. Siege Onager on the way. Siege Onager for Hera. Is that the unit you want to do against Berserks? I don't think so. I would have just said go Cavalier and you're fine. Forward castle for Kingstone, and this ram push has momentum. Zerk's hiding in the rams where they can. Okay, ram push continuing, trying to get to that Treb. Doesn't quite get there, but gets the Berserks. They could finish it off. Maybe the Arbs kill them. But the ram push keeps going in. Maybe goes for the monastery forward castle. That'll lead to some Treb positioning. Okay, and so far so good for Kingstone's push, but Hera's still with the score lead. Still with an equal KD. Yeah, first Crusade time? Maybe. How many TCs does he have? Only has 3 TCs though. He needs 2 more TCs than First Crusade. Actually, it would be sick if you were to just get 35 fully upgraded Elite Sergeants here. Usually you want to do that when you're at 200 pop, so you stay at 200 pop and get them and overwhelm. So Trebs go down. Arb's still trying to defend against the Rams. Rams low HP, they will eventually go down. Is going for the monastery. Treb's going for the castle. Hera actually could lose 2 castles here, but there is a siege onager. Ready to hit the Trebs. Castles nearby might be able to keep it away. And nope, the Trebs have to fall back a bit. Hera can lose a TC. Kingstone taking the score lead. He has Siege Ram now, and even better, he has a Siege Tower. A speedy Siege Tower, 1.3 speed. That is faster than the individual Berserks. That is the fastest thing on the field right now. The Siege Onagers can't hit it, it's too fast. Dropping the Berserks. Okay, dropping the Berserks directly into a Siege Onager shot. That's what the Siege Tower did. Rams themselves, they are speedy from being garrisoned, but only 0.9, more reasonable. Still fast enough to catch the Siege Onagers. Some splash damage maybe even helps. How can you tell if a unique unit is elite? You kind of just gotta look at it. To me, if it looks weird, then it's elite, because it's what I'm not used to seeing. Although the Plumed Archer is the opposite. Hera losing the castle. I don't know why Hera doesn't have an Elo and Kingstone does. But whatever Hera's Elo is, I think it's going to drop at this point. Kingstone continues pushing. He's taking out the Trebs. The Siege Onager play not enough for Hera. Here I was thinking he just goes Halbert Cavaliers and wins, but he tried Arbalest and did not work out for him. A Ram Splash doesn't work against units, only Trebs. Really doesn't work against other Siege. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, at the same time, no counter push from Hera. This castle out here not producing any units. Berserk still pouring across the map. And more siege towers. Oh my gosh, these things are so silly. Thank you, Cologne91 for the follow. With some siege onagers and some box formation, Hera will push this back temporarily. The siege towers just need to wait until they're garrisoned more to be speedier. Siege towers can dodge the siege onagers. What do we have? Siege onager, siege ram, siege tower, all the siege this game. Oh, now they're just gonna stand there and do some pathfinding. These are Nilly towers, making sure the onagers can't escape. And that'll be another forward castle for Kingstone. Hera will lose his 2 relics. And this unit, I think, it needs some changes. Oh my gosh, it is way too strong these days for infantry to YOLO around in the siege tower. Oh, what? Did you see that pop up? It's like the graphics didn't even work when something died there for that siege tower. Briefly in Capture Age. That was weird. Asked for years to give siege tower a use. Not like this though. He has to be a siege tower, not a transport unit. That's the thing, Alien. Nothing in AoE 2 is intended. Warlords, they're not intended. That's how it works. Gear pushes, same thing. Chicken funnels. The fun parts are the unintended parts. So Hera taking a raid, he'll lose a castle, lose the wood line. Hera desperately trying to hold on, but now it's 190 pop to 133. Maybe now some siege rams could come in more to finish off the buildings. Hera's trying to throw up defenses in the back. No unique tech, but chieftains, if Kingstone sees the stable swap, could be nice for him. He has 3k gold. He's taking all the extra gold on the map with these forward castles. Hera only 1 Velin gold right there. And that is within Kingstone's line of sight, were he to do something about it. We need like some type of racing game where you can make a custom car and we can add siege towers to it. So Hera gonna try to do light cav spam. He has 55 farmers. And there it is, there is chieftains. And chieftains berserk should be good against light cav. Maybe the light cav can meet shield against the Yarbs a bit. But Hera, let's see, Halberd First Crusade doesn't have either. Berserk's winning the fight up here. Rams continue pushing through the buildings. And with all that gold, we have more Berserk production. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6 castles pumping out Berserks. Hills fight the Rams. That's not going to work as Hera calls the GG and Kingstone wins our ladder game. Alright, let's look at the stats, then I'll set the scoreboard up for the next game. That's 260 to 227 KD. Better KD for Hera, but 69 buildings destroyed for Kingstone. Better eco for Kingstone. Pulled ahead with those raids at the end. And maybe not the right unit composition for Hera. They go for the Arbs against the Berserks. So this will be, just do this. Stronghold Frenzy 2. Silver Finals. Oh, Capture Age does the thing where it doesn't do this text box, right? Frenzy 2. Alright, and we'll get the logo up. Boom, and ready for that game. So we'll probably have about a 5-minute break or so, then get into this next finals. I'll see if the clowns have the drafts ready. And I don't know who will be on the left or on the right of the draft. Let's see if I see that somewhere. Oh, I have that. And they're drafting. All right. Good. So this will be Chanchilaru against Breakfast. Alright, I will get an out of the way, and I will be right back. So stay tuned, and we're going to get to the Silver League Finals, which will be another best of 7. I love breakfast. I love a good brekkie too. Yeah, second breakfast too, that's lovely. Alright, Tulo Harbinger. Team Breakfast in bed. And Brekkie we trust. And Chanchilaru we trust. Alien shot you in the face the other day. Oh no. Usually it's us Americans shooting people in the face. Shooting people in general. You shared many a bed with him? Shared a bed with Barbecue Turkman before. He said that sometimes he snores after flights. And he started snoring. And he said to wake him up if that happened. But he was so cute, I just couldn't bring myself to wake him up. So I lied awake for an hour until I fell back asleep. Alright, so let's see. We have our Silver League finals. And I think we're getting ready to go. Hera got matched with a player who's 1993. How the heck does that happen? I see other 2K Plus players playing. But the insta-queue has made Hera a victim. It's saying, Hera, you just lost. Well, now you can get +0 by winning. And you get that old... Now, as someone who was born in 1993, I think I'll make it a life goal that I would like to see the year 2100. I'd like to be that old one day. Just to see it. 93. I do like... I feel like 93, or like the couple years preceding it, was a good time to be born. Because you got to see like a huge evolution in technology. Where you grew up in a world where you had VHS tapes and landline phones and dial-up internet, and then like you went through a period of social media when it first came, and it was people who enjoyed it by posting cat pics, and you know you didn't have to deal with all the AI slop that people do today, and like you know enough about technology that you're not like a boomer who like is infected by all the scams in AI, but you're also not like Gen Alpha who grows up with it. You had MySpace, yes. Some of us still post cat pics. Yeah, but there's no one around to see it. There's no one around to see the cat pics because people stop using it. What was the point of the Siege Onagers? That's a good question. I mean, Siege Onager against Berserk felt weird. LimeWire. Yeah, that's a good thing about Discord, right? It's humans posting there, and not AIs. Is a cat pic really posted if no one is around to see it? It's Schrodinger's cat pic. Let's see. My clowns can tell me whether this is starting yet. I don't see a lobby code yet. MSN Messenger, AOL Messenger. Now, Goku and Sebastian are playing each other while Hera has a 1900 Elo player. Nudge the Voobly nudges. Oh, was Voobly just based on MSN Messenger? Probably was. Yeah, who knows how long Discord will be able to run the way it does. Bring back the Voobly nudge? Alien, that's your responsibility in DE now. If you want something, you can make it happen. Oh wait, never mind. They are playing. Gosh, this is me being silly. I totally forgot that the players are... This is the Silver League. They're not high elo enough to show up on the front of the dashboard. They're actually in the game. Oops. Okay, it's Sardis. We'll miss the Dark Age of Sardis. Check the lobby on the dashboard. Yeah, I got it now. It was because it didn't show up on... I missed the lobby page. I missed when they were hosting the lobby, and I was waiting to see the lobby pop up. And then I didn't see them on the front page because the ELO's Silver League ELO. So Breakfast will be 2013. Chanchilaru will be 2029. It'll be probably the 2 top civs we've seen on the map. It's okay. We're missing the Dark Age on Sardis. We're fine. And we'll have the Cumans for Breakfast going for the Cuman Boom. And the Saracens here for Chanchilaru going for the Peltasts to break through with the attack bonus versus buildings. Look at them go. Imagine if they... sometimes it feels like this is the speed they actually play at with how quickly they break through the wall. And he'll get there, and he'll take the workshop, and then go forward. Will we have a workshop and a ram? No, we will just have a boom. We will just have a boom. Arcade Sardis. Oh, what are these farms? Really saving the straggler trees. Could use a mill out here, maybe. Oh yeah, there's a... Oh, that house, I thought that was going to be a mill for a second. Well, being as space efficient as he can be. Yeah, the skirms or the Peltasts are trying to break through the wall to get in. And we'll have a lovely double mining camp on some stone. The ram is going to ram itself out. And now there's a path to the outside. As, oh, look at that. Just perfectly timed. For now, all of these sickle warriors will run forward and try to take the middle. Oh gosh, the forest encroaching on the rock terrain. What type of terrain mayhem do we have going on here? Alien, you're off by an age. It's 5, 8, 12, 18, just about.
Yeah, what?
So 12 Vils now for Breakfast. He's in the castle age and just stole it away from Chanchilaru. And now the Sickle Warriors are wandering around. And Breakfast, even with the Cuman Boom, out-boomed the res trickle of the Trade Workshop. Monks coming forward for conversions. And I think Chanchilaru will get this back. But at least the Sickle Warriors showing that there is some fight in Breakfast now as he adds in a 3rd TC. But Chanchilaru is still with 4 TCs. Yes, it does count the Trade Workshop, yes. Now you have to be careful. Your mercenary camp is very flimsy, only 500 HP. And you lose access to all the Greek units once it goes down. So some ram garrisoning here. Gonna get that speedy ram up to 0.9 movement speed. And there it goes. And hello. Alien GPT-4. Go Chanchilaru. And thank you for the follow. Thank you, Lord Milos, for the follow. And now some camels from the Cumans to help against the knights, but monks are there. Yeah, might get conversions in the camels. Spears and now hoplites forward. Hoplites, they do have... No, they don't have an attack bonus against Cav, despite being a spear unit. They'll fend off the Cav. Peltasts nice and speedy, 1.10 speed, so they can dodge and escape the hoplites. And the problem with the Peltasts is they themselves are actually a strong unit. And now with the extra boost from the workshop, Chanchilaru has evened up the res collected difference. Maybe, just maybe, they're getting trapped here. Vil's coming forward, and Chanchilaru will see them, but he's going to be doing his own castle, and we might have a castle race. A race that I'm afraid Chanchilaru will win, and Breakfast will have to reposition the castle maybe to the south. Or a few tiles back. Good thing for Breakfast, though, is he does already have a ram if his Vils can path off of the foundation. There he goes. And he will start to ram in the castle. Saracen Mamluks, though, usually good at taking out rams. And the Vil's going to go for a tower. He's going to try to deny the castle with a tower. Okay, we all know this supposedly never works. And I think you will need Bodkin, and I think you will need a second tower. But the ram going to go down. And if camels try to fight under this, they will be fighting under a tower. Does this work? There are so few Vils here, only 8 Vils. If the tower had fletching, it could actually kill the Vils. There's a Mamluk forward. The Vils are weak. 1 Vil down. The tower needs to hit the weak Vils. Camel from behind. A 2nd Vil down, a 3rd Vil down. Is this a DauT castle? Castle 90%, 4th Vil down. 4 Vils remain, more Vils, another village coming to raise the castle from behind, so it will go up, but at the cost of a few Vils. And Chanchilaru will fall back. So both players with a castle. I think that Mamluk needs to just run and grab the workshop and get out. Let's try to hold it. Maybe hold it from the back. And no fletching. Maybe Chanchilaru needed fletching. It was a costly castle, at least. That's my advice. If you ever go for the castle or the tower to deny the castle, make sure that you start researching fletching when you do the tower. Especially because now you're not going to lose arrows from the fletching. It's strictly an upgrade. Enjoy Saracens not being an auto win. People may be learning how to deal with them. Learning that it's a big investment to go for all those peltasts in the Dark Age. And now a ram push. Capped ram in the Castle Age. Well, Trirem wanted to see that earlier. He'll get his wish this game. Capped rams, while still technically in the Castle Age, on his way up to Imp. And he's going to start ramming down that castle. Mamluks could pop out at any moment. And Mamluks should be able to defend against the rams. Some Vils can come repair. And that might just be 4 destroyed rams. And Saracen's not really a civ you want to ram push. They have one of the best units at defending it. Maybe second only to the Mangadai. Or Huskarl's even good in this case. Yeah, and now Trebor, but same thing, Mamluks can snipe off Trebs. Trebs have to be deployed behind the castle. Yes, true, Magyar Hussars too, Magyar Hussars. Those might be the top 4. Magyar Hussars, Huskarls underneath the castle fire. Mamluks, and also Chuko News, actually, Chuko News. I think that rounds out the top 5, Chuko News. Kipchak's decent too. Teutonic Knights. Teutonic Knights, but they also have trouble pathing to get to the rams sometimes. They're so slow. Yeah, and they're there. Boom. Mamluks pop out, destroy the ram, pop back in. Eels. Eels aren't a unique unit, though. Or at least not from the castle. Now, they're great at it, but you have to, like, garrison them from a barracks from behind. So, Trebor on the way. We all know once the Trebs are popping, the castles are dropping. And Trebs atop the hill for Chanchilaru. Mamluks come out and destroy the ram. And plate barding armor for breakfast. And this castle will go down. Now, camels for the Cumans. Camels usually are a counter to the Mamluks because camels do not count as cav. So all the extra bonus attack that the Mamluks have will not apply to the camels. And camels themselves still have a bonus that applies to the camels, and Mamluks themselves are camels. Yep, so +5 versus camels. So heavy camel, great counter to the Mamluks, usually, but Cumans only have Castle Age camels, no heavy camels. And outside of that, Mamluks do counter most of what the Cumans would want to do. Yeah, skirms do not counter Mamluks anymore. That is a very strange change, where the attack bonus that was added against Mamluks in the Conquerors was removed. I honestly think they should have that back. Even if they want to lessen it, you need to have one trash unit that does some damage to the Mamluks. Just one. Okay, so Breakfast trying to push back. And score can be very misleading on this map. It jumps back and forth a ton. Res collected still pretty similar. Chanchilaru did just lose the middle there. Gets it back. TC here, that's going to be a TC under Trebs. 5 trebs here. Mamluks could probably just run forward and snipe them off. Tank a bit of castle fire and go for it. And they'll get 1 treb at the front, and greedy, they can get all 5 of them. Okay, and this is probably GG then. 5 trebs down, and the castle will crumble. Mamluks can sit there and pick their repair vills. They can go defend their own trebs. Trebs will even get this TC. Breakfast looking for gold, but not in the right places. Needs to go to the edge of the map. Needs to... I guess there really isn't much gold in the middle. Castle here already protecting some stone. That TC goes down. Halb's coming forward, but Halbs won't reach the Mamluks as long as they microed properly. And the Halbs will get eaten, massacred by the Mamluks. You sold your flank. Now that is a Saracen's market strategy too. And Ephraim, thank you very much. Happy 2 years, I am down on one knee. Got you a ring. Thank you, Ephraim. Thank you for all the subs over the years. Yeah, and Siege Tower doesn't even work versus Mamluks, you're right. I killed them fast enough. The only counter to Mamluks are the Teutonic Knights, because the Mamluks do 1 melee damage to them. Teutonic Knights are the hard counter. They're like rams. Timber did fine? Okay, if it's Timber, he did fine. I trust in Timber. So score difference now, as we'll have Hussars added in from Chanchilaru, has the eco for it, and can begin Hussar raiding with Mamluks in the rear. Okay, that's true. Throwing Axemen versus them. That's okay. Why, the skirm's already OP against everything else? Because it's a ranged unit that actually can, over time, kill them. It's supposed to be weak to ranged units anyway. Arbs are good against them, yeah, but not every civ gets Arb, and Arb is a gold unit, not a trash unit. Okay, and the wall is open, there's no gate there, and the Hussar raids are going to start eating these vills for breakfast. As the Halbs can give chase, but these Hussars will be spread out to all 4 corners of the economy. Let's see, castle being almost denied. Ooh, 94.73%. The vills not going for it. 95.08. And they all go down. Vills go down. Another village sent to finish raising the castle. They should find more success. But everything falling apart now for breakfast. We're at that ACCM 5k score threshold. And I think it's looking good. Chanchilaru in this game, number 1. There was a short period where organ guns were good versus Mamluks. And there's the GG. Well, first meal of the day was unfortunately a loss for breakfast, but it's against the Saracens on a map where Saracens are OP. We have seen Saracens lose here, so not an insta-win, but a very clear and very powerful way to play them, with the Peltasts into the workshop. Chanchilaru winning game number 1. Chanchilaru has been beasting this event from all that I've seen. With the win on Sardis. The next map. Oh, they still have Sardis selected. You see Sardis again. That would be a set. 2 Sardises. Saracens do get siege onagers. Yes, they do. Teutons have bombard cannon, so probably not wanting to go siege onager there. You could just go your own cannon though. Same thing against the Franks. Let's go breakfast. Hello, Dave Hun. Hello, hello. Master of Sardis. Saracen's mirrors every game. These players are serious. They're playing with a spec delay. There'll be Ngome, Goths for breakfast, and Lithuanians for Chanchilaru. Ooh, and Lithuanians, maybe another civ advantage. They've been the dominant civ on Ngome. Are they the fastest civ to break through? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The building bonus for the Peltasts is crazy. I mean, Kuman Rams seem to be the second one. Yeah, it just didn't show up. I was looking on the front page of the dashboard to see, because they had already started and I missed the lobby screen and I was looking on the front page. I should have looked on the tournament page. As they weren't high enough to show on the list of, like, high-level players. Oh, is it on the front page, really? I didn't see it there. Oh, it's over on the left side. Okay. I was looking at the column of online players. That's why I missed it then. Right, so here we go. We'll have Chanchilaru in the red, playing as the Lithuanians, Breakfast in the blue, playing as the Goths. I trust that these players know they can build extra TCs, more than just one. We'll have Chanchilaru in the red, and Breakfast in the blue. So Goths, Lithuanians, we've seen them 100 food every time they build an extra TC. Have been probably the most dominant civ on this map so far, and Chanchilaru still having Saracens and Lithuanians for these two maps in the finals feels insane for him. This map has the best accidental feature with infinite TCs. That feels intentional though, right? Breccia on Goths. I haven't seen Goths played on this map. The extra food they'll get from the hunt should be nice, as it lasts longer for them. Hunted animals last 20% longer. But I don't know if they're going to have the same eco that the Lithuanians do. They still have to gather their food, they don't get it instantly. It is infinite, Genovese crossbowman, not just one extra, infinite. One and one extra. Some players have found that out the hard way. Yeah, looks like time for third TC from Chanchilaru. And I guess it's 3 TC, maybe then into a dock and then more TCs. I'm still waiting for someone to pick Persians and then do douches with their extra TCs. Need XS. Do the XS scripts transfer properly yet? I would love to use XS scripts. Lithuanian hill forts rush. That could be a thing too. Hill forts, of course, they're unique tech for +3 range, but if you do a tower right away and do hill forts, that legit could be a strategy. You do investigate them, yes. So it's not a transfer issue, it's more just I need to be able to put quotations around a path in the file. I can get XS scripts to work if I upload my mod without any spaces in the mod name. And then type a file path without spaces. I shudder to think at what the search feature would be like, though, if we don't have spaces. What is Ngome IRL? Rapture, do you have an explanation for Ngome IRL? You did the douche play with Georgians in another tournament, then lost to Relics as I was Dark Age with 8 TCs. That is amazing. Oh, this is Conquest Victory. Maybe this would be a good tournament for Standard Victory. Well, we have 7 Relics over here on this island. You take the Relics. Maybe this map would be better with Standard Victory, because then it would give the player over here the ability to build a Wonder in the back or go for a Relic Victory. So another TC going up here for Chanchilaru. Annie Legrand Face. How did the oh yeah, I also need to check the small maps. I got a message that I actually might be able to fix the Sicilians' donjons if I set their range to -4 instead of adding -4. I swear I tried that in a previous patch and it didn't work, but maybe there was an update, or maybe I just thought I'd tried something that I didn't actually try properly. Negative range, yes. Because they get +8 advancing from Feudal to Dark Age to go from 0 to 8. So multiplying their initial range by 2 has no effect. I mean, by 1/2 has no effect. If I set it to -4 when they still don't attack, then they -4 + 4 is just 8. And I had tried doing that, but it didn't actually work. But maybe there are other ways I can set it beyond what I tried. Ngome Forest is situated to the east of Vryheid, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. This is a unique forest being transitional between Mistbelt Forest and Coastal Scarp Forest. The area has been protected since 1905 and forms part of the Ntendeka Wilderness Area. Well, there we go, UP with the explanation. So docks for both players over in the western lake, the pond, whatever you want to call it. But it's filled with perch fish. The perch only 200 food each, so they're the least foody of the fish, of the deep fish. Same as the box turtles, even. And Chanchilaru will be up going for double docks and probably double dock fires. Chanchilaru floating a lot of wood. So maybe a bit late on some fishing ships, but that will help pump out fires. And we have a Vil chase on the outside, but Chanchilaru up 64 Vils to 51 and 5 fishing ships. The fishing ships here might go down as 2 fishing ships are out, and now the fire galleys are out. So Chanchilaru not going to go straight up to the Castle Age. Will instead engage in a bit of feudal dock warfare, and then try to go up quickly after this. And we'll see how much he can turn that wood into food for an uptiming. As right now, he might have needed a few Dark Age farms around that TC. Might not have a mill yet even, so maybe that precludes the ability to add the farms. Yeah, he probably does want a mill. Yeah, breakfast up a bit late, but now we'll be facing triple dock fire galleys, quadruple dock fire galleys in his fish. And when adding more fish, he's not reacting to the fires yet. Oof. Now going for fires, but maybe a bit too late. Still a fish queued there. You read it as gnome? That's how I initially started saying it, but Ngome sounds more accurate. That Vil protected by the dock. And the fire is falling back a bit. But numbers advantage here for Chanchilaru as he falls back to his docks. Our docks feels a bit too much. Well, he's winning, I think. Trying to get his fires into good position so they shield each other. And gets another round of fires out from his docks. Keeps the low HP ones in the back. This is where you can send the low HP ones to fish. Ooh, demo. Will it be effective? It'll be great. But also, fires are cleared. And Horse Collar as Chanchilaru may be a bit late for that, but we'll be adding in farms, it looks like, as he's still winning the water. There is the mill. He's back down at the base TC on some hunt. And I think he's won the water here pretty convincingly, has a demo of his own. I'll try to repair. Castle Age in much earlier for breakfast, but at the cost of being down 88 to 70 villagers, and probably going to lose his fish as soon as those fires move forward. Yeah, there they go. Where they're attacking the dock. Fish are right there. So still looking for castle from Chanchilaru, but he did fight in feudal for the water and end up winning. Lithuanians, remember, they will want to grab the relics as best they can to get their +4 bonus. That's true, lots of idols, 18 idols. Lots to do on this map. Now, he's doing the thing I don't like, which is spreading out the fire galleys on multiple docks. I like put them all on one dock so you can take the dock down as fast as possible and cut the reinforcements. And there's Castle Age. Maybe with Castle Age ships, with the War Galley upgrade, Breakfast will be able to retake the water over here. Ensure there are no free fish for Chanchilaru. War Galley in the dock at the north. And more ships here. If we can get War Galley before fighting, that'd be great, but nope, just not in time, 2 seconds away. But there are the fires now, gonna ungarrison everything and push these fires back with fire ships. Has a full demo, needs to realize he has it. These ships are clumped up, that demo could be nice, but 3 Feudal Age demos, 1, 2, 3, all connect. Here comes a Castle Age demo, boom, good demo. Oh, it's nice when demos are strong. And the fires are going down. So that's the breakfast coming back on the water, and Chanchilaru did delay Castle Age for all those docks, only to lose water now to the Castle Age timing. But yeah, Brecky's still 86 to 109 Vils. Trade Cog, let's go. He will be trading on the water on the outside. I never see this, but he's going for it. I don't know how much gold he'll get, but he'll try it. So Castle gonna go up here for breakfast. Yeah, DauT did it once. But now, Breakfast takes this pond, and he's gonna need to find a way to close the Vil difference. No one going for the relics just yet. Heavy plow, bow saw, wheelbarrow, all coming in, and castle race over here, Breakfast and Chanchilaru. Is this petard time for the Goths? Huskarl time, disrupt the Vils? Huskarl time. Here come the Huskarls, pikes on their way forward too. Huskarl's gonna start hitting the Vils around the base of the castle, start whacking them away. Huskarl's hitting the Vils as the Vils go down to some pikeman pokes. Havoc TC going up over here. The Vils take the deer. Chanchilaru still isn't docked to the right pond, still not going for relics. What we see is it's so much micro to deal with monks and transports that it takes a long time to get the relics. But now Knights and Lechai hoovering their way forward. Still a 20 lead for Chanchilaru. Up by over 2,000 resources, and now up to Imp while the Knights are raiding. And Breakfast trying to spam Goth Pikemen as best he can. If there's any civ that can get the Pikeman numbers out, it's the Goths. Discounting creation speed. It's their infantry minus 25% now in the Castle Age. And the barracks work 20% faster. So he actually is tied and pulling ahead in population because of those pikemen, but down in Vils. So is there a way for him to do this? Knights trying to raid the Vils, and that's the key to the Goths, or to beating the Goths, hit their food eco. So another castle, more Imp. Still no relics. Relics would be key for Lechai fighting Halbs, or even pikemen. So no petards yet on these castles. Yeah, the latest kind of tricky to use the Halbs. Almost feel like this castle could use murder holes. Yeah, without relics, maybe Lechai still aren't gonna win all that hard. But +4 attack, I mean +6 attack once Forging comes in, and then Elite even more. I reckon maybe Brekkie does need Perfusion. We'll need that in Imp for the barracks work faster. That's going to be hard to afford. And, well, can't do it in the Castle Age. Ram push now, ram push, pikemen and rams. 2 rams. Maybe, let's see, the Goths don't need Arson because they have +1, 2, 3 attack versus buildings in Feudal Castle Imp. So pikemen +2 versus buildings is nice. Maybe you get 3 rams and then just go. So Trebs are going to start popping for Chanchilaru. Here comes the ram push, though. Here comes the ram push, the rams and pikemen. Chemistry on the way, and it will be an attempt to go hand cannoneers for Chanchilaru. Maybe a bit late on the swap, though. That's a lot of pikemen, and I think Brekkie is content to stay full Castle Age pikemen. Pikemen are hungry and they want their breakfast. Lechai running out into pikemen, and without their full relic bonus, not getting the best defense, and this castle getting pushed. Castle getting pushed. So 61 to 36 KD for our Lithuanian player, but that happens when you're playing the Goths. You can do that and still lose, and you will at least lose a castle to this push. There's Anarchy for Huskarls. Huskarls from the barracks. Petard's attempted, but not going to be in time, as the castle will make 1, then crumble. Okay, Chanchilaru getting pushed. Score is getting close to flipping here. We'll have conscription on the way. How quickly can these hand cannoneers be trained from these ranges on the right? Is there a collapsing animation? I'll see lots of those when this many rams are on the field. Huskarl's raiding. We'll have another defensive castle. Some rams on the shallows to try to hold the shallows. Over here, War Galley's dealing with houses. So many things you have to do on this map. Imp clicked for breakfast. He's gonna be eating his dinner soon, up to Imp. Treb's here, wandering into a ram, then into a castle. Boxed in now by the ram. Only Nilly can save these Trebs now, and that Treb will phase through the ram to get out. Try to go for the castle, some hand cannoneers over here. And Huskarl's raiding everywhere down in the south. Breakfast has almost evened up the Vil count, and it's only a 3,000 resource difference. Only 3,000 when they're 40k plus. And Onager will avoid the ram. And avoid the second ram. As it can. Still more rams from breakfast, though. It's taking him a long time to get imp. And our Lithuanian player is still with the score lead and still with a good KD. I feel like murder holes are hugely underappreciated. And they're very situational, but in the right situation, murder holes is OP. Oh, the poor elephant getting mangonelled. And tanking a mangonel shot. Boy, the elephant has 75 hit points. That is a tanky elephant. Is that what they usually have? Yeah, I guess it is. That's what boars have. I didn't realize they could tank mangonel shots that well. So Treb's going for the TCs rather than the castle. Imagine if one of those were the Imp TC. But Imp is here. Halb, Blast Furnace on the way. And now the Goth player needs to deal with hand cannoneers. On the other side, some fires on the water. It looks like Chanchilaru finally thinking of grabbing the relics double monastery monks at home. And close to 200 pop. Both players close to the pop limit. Or remember, it's 210 for the Goths. Well, that was the Imp TC. Well, good thing Imp is in time. TC will go down to the Mangonel. This castle will go down to the Trebs. And we have elite Huskarls now. They look nothing like normal Huskarls, but they are elite. And Perfusion on the way. So Breakfast doing his Goth upgrades. His ballistics for Chanchilaru. If you're angry on the Mangonel, they don't attack Mangonels. Ram's gonna close the distance on the hand cannoneers, but they are gonna body block and stop the Rams from getting to the Trebs right away. Skull's coming forward, Lechai fighting, still no relics. Rams getting to the Trebs. Hobbs popping out. Huskarl's still traffic jammed a bit. Repairville's trying to go help save the Trebs. Huskarl's here, those hand cannoneers must be having an insane KD. 190 to 103, but yet the Goths player keeps pushing. The Goths are gonna keep gothing. Castle getting rammed now, more rams from behind. That is a lot of Huskarls. That is a lot of Huskarls. Hand cannoneers can't catch a break. Another 18 Huskarls on the way. And more behind them, assuredly. As the ram push continues, Cap try to go for the rams. There's now a Cap ram push on the castle. Down to about 2/3 HP. Oh, still standing. Still standing. We have good upgrades on it. Architecture and hoardings. Chanchilaru could even do masonry. And look at these trade cogs trading. Look at them go. What do they even get? Cap trade doesn't tell me. Per trip. I swear it used to tell me. I gotta check in game. They're getting 89 gold per trip. 89. Yeah, the Goths are trying to goth, but the hand cannoneers are having something to say about it. As now Breakfast dropping a bit in pop as he doesn't have the resources to keep up the spam. The moment. Need to re-add it and get back to 210 pop. Did he get Caravan? Oh, no he did not. He needs that for the trade cogs. Also would need Dry Dock. I think that applies to trade cogs, right? And there go the hand cannoneers, still fighting the Huskarls. Trebs from behind, hit the castle. Huskarls keep fighting. Chanchilaru with hand cannoneers doing armor for them now. And Huskarls getting mowed down. That's now almost 300 to 150 of the KD. Huskarls keep coming forward and fighting as the ram push continues. Huskarls keep pushing. And we're going to have chain barding armor as still no relics. Still transport with 2 monks on it over here on the island. Needs to bring the relics back. Oh, he could get more attack. He's so close. So close to it. Oh, the Trebs killed the elephant. Oh, poor elephant. At least it has food on it still. Now we can watch as it rots and decays. And there's the GG from Brekby. Chanchilaru didn't even need any relics as the Lithuanians. And he can have a huge 341 to 168 KD. Military was close for a while, but then it wasn't, as the Goths couldn't replace everything without their full economy powering them the whole game. And look at that. 6.5 minute difference in imp time. So Breakfast had a plan to counter Lithuanians, but so far, Saracens Lithuanians on those two maps. Chanchilaru has played incredibly well throughout the tournament to have been able to save those saves for those maps. Breakfast tried to think maybe he could do something sneaky with the Goths on the go. Okay, I somehow muted myself. That was weird. Like I alt-tabbed and it muted me. Okay, we're back now. Did I cut out like mid-sentence? Toxic caster muting self. Okay, that was weird. Like I don't have a hotkey for muting the mic, but like it still muted it in OBS for some reason. I don't know why that happened. Usually it's Reaper, like, dying, but this was like an OBS, my thing said muted. Maybe I oh, you know what I probably did? I probably alt-tabbed and like clicked on OBS, and I just so happened to click on the toggle button to toggle it. That might have been what happened. I've noticed that happens sometimes, and I don't know why. It's like my hotkey for muting myself is Control-Shift-, and I have this convoluted hotkey because I don't want to press it accidentally. And I somehow must have... I don't know how else I'd mute myself in OBS other than pressing that hotkey. I use Reaper. Yes, I run the audio into Reaper to apply filters to it, like a compressor and an equalizer. And I do it through Reaper instead of directly through OBS because Reaper both supports different formats of audio plugins than OBS does, and also so I can send it to Discord and have it sound the same on OBS and in Discord. Because I've had problems with Voicemeeter. And let's grab this match on the dashboard. Here they are. They'll be Zimbabwe now. Britons for Breakfast and Italians for Chanchilaru. Okay, Civ matchup where maybe we can finally see the Britons shining. Voicemeeter is confusing. I mean, I figured it out in the past, but it's also never quite worked the way I've wanted it to. Honestly, I feel like audio routing, on Windows especially, is way more complicated than it needs to be. Why is Colo double banned? Because the bans are blind and done in parallel. And when you ban stuff, the first map is picked randomly from among the remaining maps. Yeah, as Alien says. Windows, oh my gosh, Windows Bluetooth, don't get me started, Alien. Like, literally getting my headphones to connect to Windows is a nightmare. Oh my gosh. Anyway, here we have Breakfast playing as the Blue Britons and Chanchilaru playing as the Red Italians. And the map will be Zimbabwe. Now, in the community, do you know these players? Do they play Rage Forest? Will they be quick walling and luring their rhinos? So Breakfast with the Brits.
Ready.
Trying to cook up some breakfast. Get himself back into this set. I like Britons against Italians.
Mandatum. Yay.
Usually I like good archer civs against Italians. Italians have good skirms. But okay, so Breakfast, is he gonna dare to lure with a 5 HP Vil? No, he's just gonna lose the Vil. So fights the Crocodile, loses the Vil, no Loom, and the Scout gets the kill. So is Chanchilaru moving out? Not yet, not yet. I bricked them intentionally on Windows 10 to motivate people to change to Windows 11. I still need to upgrade. Or switch to Linux fully. Or both, I guess. Upgrade to Windows 7. Better than Windows 10. All have Bluetooth issues with Windows 10. Actually, the crazy thing about Bluetooth is, I have Bluetooth. My motherboard itself is supposed to support Bluetooth, but I could never get it working. So I have a separate like USB dongle that I use to do Bluetooth. But it awkwardly, Bluetooth, because of the frequencies, has to be in USB 2 and can't be in USB 3. And I need to plug the dongle in to the front of my PC and the rest of my USB cables into the back of my PC. Because if I plug any other USB device into a port that is physically next to the Bluetooth dongle port, then it interferes with the wireless and my headphones cut out. I had a problem for a while and I couldn't figure out why it was broken. It was because I had plugged my webcam into a USB 3 port that was like 2 inches away from the USB 2 port of the Bluetooth USB. And it caused interference, and my headphones constantly were cutting out. And then when I moved my webcam and plugged it into the back of my PC, everything worked. So yes, Bluetooth issues. I don't even know how to describe them, man. It's... You'd think technology would work better than that in 2025. Hello, Lord Milos. Have you been around? I feel like I saw your name earlier and I said hello to you earlier. Maybe I'm tripping. We're 4 hours into the stream. So, nothing wrong with cables. I've used cabled headphones in the past. I don't like it. I get stuck. I feel tethered. I'm wireless everything now. Wireless mouse, wireless cables. The only thing with a wire is my keyboard. Okay, that Vil. So Breakfast, not quite as smooth on the micro as DauT was. I'm bringing in that Vil. Can he grab the Rhino? Oh, he's not going to chance going for the Rhino. Ooh. Breakfast needs to play more Rage Forest. And now he needs to get the elephants through the gate. And ooh, doesn't get him through the gate. Has to shoot them so they keep going. Oh no, he hits the elephant with the scout. Tries to open the gate. The scout runs back. Okay, take two, open the gate, and this time they go through. Okay, but took some extra damage on the scout because of that. Breakfast. Alright, TC gonna shoot the elephants. One goes down, and the second goes down. So he salvaged it, but it was messy. How are we doing over here? I don't see any elephant or rhino corpses under the TC for Chanchilaru. He now needs to take his chances. I see a failed house out here. And I also see a 0 to 1 and 1 to 1 Eco Katie. So I think that means we had a failed rhino lore. And thank you, Silver Dragon, for the follow. So, okay. But both players with a bit of difficulty here. And Chanchilaru are going to try to grab the rhino and the elephant. There he goes. Do we have Loom? We have Loom. Loom is in. Rhino gets a couple nibbles. Scout's going to block a bit. Reverse sweep. Well, it's a best of 7. We're not there yet, Alien. You could just see... You could see a 2 to 1. Breakfast wins this game. The best of 7, you have some leeway. Yeah, that Vil taking a couple of hits. Take one more. And needs to garrison. Needs to... Okay. Ooh. I was worried they were going to catch the Vil at the end, but everything okay. Everything's okay. And okay, triple lure, this time bringing in a crocodile too. And the crocodile actually helps because it gives you a huge line of sight and the Vil can run farther away. The elephant getting a bit stuck. Oh, doing a dance. The scout. Oh, the scout's gonna block the elephant, and that's gonna force the elephant back. And oh, Chanchilaru gonna kill the scout from breakfast. Tried to run. Kamiyuki scout at the end. The crocodile getting on the wood line. The rhino's forever away from the TC. So Chanchilaru being extra nasty to breakfast.
Ready.
Serving up some lunch in that gate. So feudal age for breakfast, faster than for Chanchilaru. Usually it's the Italians who go up fast, but here it'll be the Britons up first. Oh, they have a good uptiming too, cheap TCs. Yeah, breakfast space is a bit chaotic. Lost his scouts, and now we have some easier lures for Chanchilaru. Yeah, he lost the Vil to a boar, right? We saw that house foundation earlier. It must have been around there. And same thing now. You can block and give the Vil more distance if the lions, they don't block the Vil, don't block the Vil. Okay, this is tricky now. The Vil is in. There comes the lion. Lion makes it easier because the lion blocks the elephant and does less damage. Elephant can get one more hit. Okay, everything's fine. You can kill the TC with the elephants now. This is so much easier than it used to be. This would have been a lot more fun before that change. Yeah, nice idle TC times for everyone. 2 seconds and 0 seconds respectively for breakfast and Chanchilaru. There's Castle Age on the way for breakfast. You can kill the TC with the elephant. Maybe that should be a thing. Make the elephant lures dangerous once more with... They can destroy the TCs. Kill the elephant with the TC.
Ready.
Sadly. So double bit axe on the way for breakfast. Oh, that's true. You can do that with elephant rams. I guess you could always do that with war elephants. Yeah, ever since the Age of Kings, you could kill TCs with war elephants. And I guess you could also kill war elephants with TCs. It goes both ways. Here's the elephant boy. And Brits with the timing advantage up a minute faster. And with the castle, this might be longbows. Okay, Chanchilaru at least has the scout alive still. No feudal military though, so if the castle is forward, there's no stopping it at the start. Other than maybe doing a house. Town watch would be nice for the house, maybe. House out here too. A longbow versus fast imp. That could be a thing actually, longbow versus fast imp. Go university workshop fast imp and then try to do cannon right away. Longbows probably counter the cannon, but they need all their attack upgrades. So there's fletching. Where are the Vils? Are the Vils going forward? The Vils staying at home? Where are the Vils? The Vils could be right here building a castle. Fast imp with 2 on gold. He's Italians. Maybe he's going to sell stone. What's the difference that you can't feed them? That's a good question, Mouse Puddles. Maybe the war elephant is just someone's pet and they'd be upset if you ate it. Oh, the castle is securing other stuff, you're right. Seen by the outposts, but right here on the gold and the stone. Not an aggressive castle, but a side castle. Not clandestine because it is visible. There'll be a TC next to it. And okay, boom, TC here from Chanchilaru. I was hoping we'd see some longbows, and with fletching, maybe we still will. I'll give the castle more range at least. And the resin spent it. I was hoping for a fast imp. But you know what? Italians are never far from imp. And maybe he does a castle on the non-cracked terrain. Goes imp, and then... Ooh, I think... Okay, there's a tiny bit of cracked terrain there. I don't think that counts. Does it? Here come the longbows. Wait, this could be a DauT castle with the longbows. Okay, this could be a DauT castle. Hold on. This is looking kind of dangerous. One Vil down. Second Vil down. Third Vil down. Fourth Vil down. Scout down. Oh no. DauT played earlier today. Don't do it, Chanchilaru. Oh no, that's a weak Vil on his way over. Castle only at 76%. Oh no, the Vil's going down. Okay, well, there's a DauT castle. Stone wall foundations placed to wall it in. Need to make sure you wall the entire thing. Like a house there, some more walls there, but... Alright. If he plays like DauT, does that mean another 4-1? Well, I'm sure he would hope for that at this point. He's sending another village. I think that this attempt will be futile, though. I think another Vil needs to do a house here so the Vils can't get on that side. No ballistics, and still no bodkin. Bodkin would be nice here. Vils are going to YOLO this up. Sending everyone. And there's the GG. And Breakfast will win. You'll win on a DauT castle. 17-2 KD. Had a better eco too. Well, that's what you expect after killing a bunch of Vils. A minute faster to the castle age. And longbows. How often do we get to see longbows? Nice longbowman play. Winning a game. Love to see the longbows and love to see Breakfast on the scoreboard. That'll be Zimbabwe. Playing Brecky's home maps so far. And into the next game, it'll be DauT. Yeah, right into the next game. Got to turn YouTube on after YouTube crashed on your phone. Oh no, YouTube crashing. That's not good. So DauT, our sudden death map where you start with the Japanese wonder and you have to keep it alive. I know, we have a great map pool here. We have all the good ones. I mean, all the maps are good. But we're seeing the good ones. DauT, the beautiful map. Now, the flowers and little stragglers definitely help make the rock terrain prettier. So, we will have Breakfast playing as the blue Turks to the west, and Chanchilaru as the red Khitans to the east. And, Khitans, they do have camel trebs. Are they good against the Wonder? Probably not, but he could make them. Doesn't show up in Capture Age anywhere. Siege Engineers is there. He will have trebs. And same for Breakfast. No Siege Engineers as the Turks, but he has long-range cannon if he does do artillery. Can camel trebs range the Wonder? I don't think so. I don't think they have enough range. But, you know, you can chop a couple of trees, then you can. Normal trebs can, and that's what you'd probably be going for as the Khitans. Like a mini pasture boom into forward castle of trebs is, I think, what you want. Artillery cannon for countering trebs could be nice. They do have enough range, really. They don't have much attack, though, so I don't think you'd ever actually want to do that. But you could. Can camels delete trees? I don't think so. Does the Wonder influence anything? It influences everything you do in the game, because if you lose it, you are defeated. but you don't get any aura bonus or resource trickle from it. It's just there and has to survive. And this is Defend the Wonder. Defend the Wonder, as it shows if you click on it. Two different answers. That's when Bloodless has to open the scenario editor test for us and give us an answer. YouTube app crashes used to be way too common. It's gotten better. All right, I know the Twitch app is very awkward for watching streams these days. So if you watch on a phone, people probably prefer YouTube quite a bit. Scout's still running around. How's this going up? Hitting a fox. Okay, hitting the fox. Is this Defend the Wonder? Yes. We're going to talk about Breakfast Reverse Sweep? We can't, because Chanchilaru didn't go up 3-0. It's the best of 7. There's no reverse sweep. No brooms. The only hoovering will be with scouts, not with vacuums. So, I wonder if we could see a fast imp from Breakfast here. Like fast imp, hand cannoneers for forward position. Cannon attacking the Wonder. Chanchilaru got some easy walls for the forward pond. Oh, that he did, but the Vil out there is running away. And this Breakfast will scout over here and be like, what, the wall's not finished. Indeed, up, down, left, right, indeed. While the scout in, fight the scout. Unloomed Vils defending each other, helping out against the scout. And now it's an HP advantage for Chanchilaru to bring his own scout over. Loom on the way. And that finishes. The Vil should be safe. And... ooh, actually, just about walled in. One more tile. And it will be walled in. And there goes. Trapped. Up to feudal first, so can probably hoover around forever. But is walled in. Ooh, could have done a house there. Maybe it was on the tile. Okay, Scout gets poked by a Vil. And walled in over here too by that palisade, so Breakfast will be losing his scout. And that hurts is the Turks, because you're not going to have that free light cap now. It's another thing you can do with the Turks light cav on this map. He's up. No feudal yet from Chanchilaru. And if he's up on 20 pop and was thinking about scouts, then don't think he'll be able to do it anymore. If he's just up on 20 pop to boom, then I think his res are looking good, but doesn't have the wood for the buildings? Doing a barracks now. What's he gonna do? Just scouts? Just a feudal boom? Loom on the way. I'm confused now. I don't know what Breakfast is gonna do. Double mill in the back. No eco upgrades yet, so it's not like this is a bowsaw boom. Last game was Gaia. Who would win? Breakfast or Fix Slow? Probably breakfast. Because breakfast at least has pancakes. Okay, the Khitans, they're gonna do the pasture drop-off site for the hunt. They'll do the pasture mill again. Okay, yeah, maybe the killed scout in the walls changed his plans. Maybe he was thinking about going scouts in feudal while booming, and then was just like, yeah, I'll do something else. I'll just go FC, do the stable. Double mill in the back, why not? Double bit axe. Double mill, double bit axe, and after the Vil, fish, and that's kind of annoying. There he goes. So 20 seconds of idle TC time, not the cleanest build from him. We'll have a stable and a barracks from Chanchilaru, as the Khitans will probably have a good pasture eco for pumping out his own scouts. Could even think about doing a blacksmith and forging on the way up. And yeah, there's the blacksmith. Could think about doing forging for the light cav. Pastures can hunt. Yep, you can. You don't drop off the food automatically, but if you right click and turn the villagers from hunters into pasture vills, they will drop it off, and then you can retask them to the deer. Nope, these are normal stone walls. City walls have much more HP, much more pierce armor, but less melee armor. So different vulnerabilities. It's like dropping off food at the dock. Or like a Chimera farm. The Chimera can do this too, and do it better because the farm's cheaper. But it also requires you to pay attention, and that's something Chanchilaru is not doing. Oh no, Chanchilaru, what are you doing? You're microing your scout to try to kill a Vil, and your Vils now have a mind of their own. That Vil can't even use the right gate. He just nillied himself around. And they're gonna drop their food back at the TC. Alright, well there's Castle Age on the way at least, so he got maybe a bit too fancy out there. And the thing about the pasture is with a Chimera farm, okay, it's 40 wood cheaper than a mill. This is the same cost as a mill. This only is useful if you then are going to farm it later. Oh, he recognized one of the Vils and sent him back in time. Yeah, and this will be it. You see he's turned now, he has the cane on his back to the Shepherd Vil. He'll go to the pasture, but that deer is decayed while they were doing that. So, waste of a good part of a deer. So lots of scouts out, and there's the forging, double forging for the Khitans. And they're going to... Ooh, could they get in? Kill the spear with forging? Hit the Vil? As the Treb, yes, Trebs can hit the Wonder from outside, most definitely. And quick, speedy gate there. The Admiral gates, they're solid completely in DE now. Don't have the exposed corners like originally. Now, scouts could run around the back of the back and get in here. PC going up by the Wonder here for breakfast. I was just taking the pasture over here instead of the hunt. Spear and Vil's coming over as the scouts go to hit the spear. Ooh, gate keeping one scout away. Well, enough scouts here to massacre Vils. And with that double forging, they'll kill the spears too. And as the Vils go down, the gate foundation also drops. And okay, that's now 3-0 eco KD, 7-0 total KD. And the scouts will make a beeline for this mill in the back. Will there be an overchop? 33 wood left on that tree. The spear comes over. I don't know if there's an overchop next to it already. Scouts will take the hill and then pick off the spear. Oh no, breakfast. Don't do it, breakfast. Don't do it. 15 wood, 12, 10. Oh, the scouts. Oh, don't reveal it. Don't reveal it. Oh, Chanchilaru revealed it. No. Oh, you revealed it, and breakfast is safe. 4 wood left on the tree. He survived, just barely. Needs to hope the Vils don't task themselves back there anymore, but he saved the Vils. Okay, only 3 Vil deaths and a few spears. Just saved it. Foreign food is rough. Maybe. At least it is on the deer. He doesn't have any farms yet, even though he has horse collar. Didn't go to his berries. Okay, lacking in berries. He's trying to use full advantage of the Turk gold bonus, but what's he going to do that costs gold? Workshop and rocket cart's actually pushing breakfast's base and not the Wonder. Okay, so some map control in the middle from Chanchilaru as he picks up 3 relics. Could even think about picking up the 4th relic from his Wonder and bringing it to the middle. Maybe a risk to do that, though. You do want the gold trickle, though. You do another monastery at home, but he wants it in the middle to grab them right away. And oh no, an overchop, another after the save, the Light Cav are in Light Cav with the double foraging. Oh no, and he hasn't noticed. Ooh, things going wrong for breakfast. I was Light Cav saying, we're hungry and it's dinner time. So that's gonna be the... Another 3 vills down. That's now an 11-0 Eco KD and a rocket cards at the gate with no defense and no rewalling with the Light Cav hoovering on the inside. Another Light Cav in the back. Will die to the spear. There's a hole by the market. Breakfast. Okay, at least the Light Cav are gonna keep the gate open. They're not running in. Oh, he's got some camels. Alright, camels will help against the Light Cav. Yes. For camels, those will be good. Picking the camels as the house goes up. Spear wants to poke the vills want to re-wall. The Light Cav will be chased by the spear and the camels. Spears mostly go down. Nice rocket cart hits. Somehow the rocket carts are not getting that Vil. Here's the Vil going down. Camel's on the outside, but now here is a Khitan camel. And the camel will chase everything down here. Repairs keep the rocket carts alive. The gate will go down. One more volley should do it. Down it goes. Monk looking for a conversion on the camel. As the rocket carts move in. Move on in, and now we'll start working on the TC. I'm actually going for the stable first. So the front of his base under siege, at least Breakfast's Wonder is safe, and that's where he's sending the rest of his vills. But also because of the way Chanchilaru is attacking this base, that makes it harder for Breakfast to have a sneaky path for hitting the Wonder. And with 2 food in the bank, I don't think there's any way he goes Imp and does a sneaky castle or sneaky workshops. I think the Khitans are just being the Khitans now. Plain as or sudden death on the TC. And Chanchilaru wants to be 1 win away from claiming the Silver League title. Goes the TC. Cart's going for the market. Camels hit the spears, hit the Vil. Kitten's OP. Kitten's OP indeed. Where are these vills going? They're going to open the gate. Breakfast. Well, the good news is Breakfast is only down by 6 vills somehow. I guess that second TC helped. Okay, I make that now maybe 13 if these vills die. He will have a castle though. He will have a castle. What is Breakfast's army? He doesn't have an army. This is a 0 army. He has a barracks over here. That's his only military building right now. As that Vil goes down. Imp on the way for Chanchilaru. Light cav. Well, the hole was never even plugged. But at least nothing for them to raid. Maybe they could go for the market. And this has to be GG when Imp comes in, right? This will just be a forward castle and shrubs then. Yeah, I don't think there's any stopping that. You just buy the castle now. Build it so it's there when he hits Imp, and then go Trebs. Yeah, there he goes, buying the stone. And with 9 Vils, we'll plop down the castle. Looks like he's going to go for it over in the back. Oh, wherever he wants it, wherever he wants it. He wants to hit the TC, too, it looks like. So maybe you could do some walling over here or over here. As the rest go for the castle. Don't think the TC can hit them now. The outpost going up over here. Chanchilaru up to Imp. And there's the GG for breakfast, and Chanchilaru now up 3-1. With a chance to close it out in the next game. 40-9 KD. And pretty clean game there. Right from the start, trapping the scout to getting through the wood line. Everything going right for Chanchilaru. And it's a win on DauT. And next map will be Velins, so Breakfast going for his final home map. Oh, wait, the AoE bet stream is still doing show matches? What? Hopefully I don't have volume on. 28 minutes ago. Well, it still exists, it looks like, unfortunately. Hope we get to see Treasure Beach. Let's see, what is this map that they picked next? Well, Velins it is. Here we go. And they're still streaming, so I think I'll still make a video about it. Then. So, Velins here. We'll have Chanchilaru playing as the red Khmer to the west, and Breakfast as the blue Vietnamese to the east. And this will be the... Oh, I've never seen it like this before, but you go into one area, then you go into the top, and the passage is kind of on the side. Oh, weird spawn for Velchins, but okay. It's a weird map. That's what clown maps do. They try to find new ways to create walls for us. Like that gate on DauT. Or no, that gate on Tulo earlier. So we'll have one relic in the middle. And then I guess slight relic advantage for breakfast. He'll have one in the back. Then the other three kind of evenly spaced out. So let's call that a one relic advantage for breakfast. Now that's true, he did win against the Ledushik's Khmer. And the Vietnamese, remember, they have Fire Lancers now. They have Fire Lancers. Maybe the Khmer Scorpion's one of the few things that actually deals with Vietnamese Fire Lancers. Walls equal good? I agree, Bloodless. Walls equal very, very good. Oh, that's true, Butter, though. They can't handle Fire Lancers and Siege Towers. Alright, how much on these fortified palisade walls? Only 300. Only 300 HP. So they're not that, you know, not that scary. Just you can't attack them with vills. You need military units. And some walls going up there for Chanchilaru. And did he just wall his Vil in? I think there's a hole there. Can't select both because they're different players. I'm gonna hope there's a hole there for his sake, that he can escape. He didn't just wall in the poor Vil. I guess if he did that, he'd just go forward and take the foxes. He'd go forward and take foxes anyway. Oh, he's Khmer. He can jump out. Never mind. Any other Civ, then he might be trapped. Khmer could top out anyway. You're right. Oh, look at the cute little hairs down here. Yeah, they're scratching their ears. And house there for Chanchilaru. And we'll have Loom on the way for breakfast. I'm not going to go forward for the hunt, though. Just going to come back and fight the wolf. Wolf versus Loomless Vil. Will he win this? He's going to go for walls, walls, and walls. And save the Vil rather than the wolf. Attack the wolf with the scout then. We'll lose a tiny bit of HP on the scout, though. I think low HP on the Vil. At the end, I feel like you still want the Vil and the Scout to fight together, but once you commit to the walls, then you're losing the HP on the Vil. Gotta be careful of the wolves in the middle here. These clowns like to put wolves on their maps. FC Scout rushes both. From what I've seen, I tend to favor the FC strats, but we have seen Men-at-Arms, too. We have seen some aggression. So survivalist Russian feudal, yes. The one thing you can't really do is Siege Tower because you only have a few small segments that it's not doubled up. You'll have a mining camp between the gold and the stone. Outside rush distance. Well, I guess it's kind of equal on both sides, right? You could go around the very top, you could go through this passage, you could go through the southern passage or around the very south. And we shall have Feudal Age on the way for Chanchilaru. But I do feel like the Fire Lancers from the Vietnamese, I really do like. And as what was it, Butter pointed out, Fire Lancers and Siege Towers as a counter to Chimera Scorpions sounds like it might actually work in the current patch. Probably the least played map? I feel Colo is the least played map. I feel like I've seen Velchins quite a lot. I think Colo is probably the least played. Also fairly standard, I think, as far as civs go. Like, this one isn't too crazy like some of the other ones are. No real gimmick to this one, just some Gaia walls. Colo with the Komodo dragons everywhere, all the lizards. And immediately up to Castle is Chanchilaru as the Chimera. Build no idle time in Feudal. 6 seconds idle in Dark Age, and boom, up to the Castle Age right away. Lizards everywhere. Armenian Spear Rush sounds interesting then. They're not aggressive lizards, they're like reskinned deer or reskinned chickens. With lots of HP that take a while to kill, but they don't actually attack you. Someone cooked something up on that map. And Breakfast has something cooking up here, as he will send 6 vills forward. He's going to go for a market. Is this just going to be like a market blacksmith forward, then a mill, and then a push? I guess the way these walls spawned, he just needs to push through the outside palisade, and he can go around through this passage. Get through. You start with an outpost for a bit of scouting, but outposts don't see everything. Castle Age here for Chanchilaru. I wonder how long it takes for Chanchilaru to think about Town Watch. The Dark Age farms are expiring. That's how you know Chimeravilles are efficient. Your Dark Age farms expire, and you're not even up to the Castle Age yet. Rebuilding them. I don't know if you want to spend the wood to rebuild them, honestly. You might want to leave them there if you're just going to go TCs. Oh, actually, he's going to go for a stable. Is he going to go elephants? That should die to Fire Lancer, right? Let's see, I don't think he can scout the forward. And a TC in the middle, okay. Knights and a TC in the middle. So if this is like Ram Fire Lancer, maybe that could be good. Gonna take a hair, then try to do a mill in the middle. There he goes. Not gonna walk all the way back to the TC like we saw in that other game. Not like Chanchilaru's vills on that pasture. It's going to go for the fortified palisade, but Breakfast will repair that, and I believe it is free to repair these walls. Yeah, he's not spending wood. I mean, it costs Vill time, of course, but otherwise they are free to repair. Why do Gaia walls work like this? I don't know, they just do. The Knights actually break through rather quickly, so he's got to spend a Vill out there. If a Catan steals a farm, is then a pasture? I have no idea how that works. Didn't that crash the game at some point? Didn't that also, like, break farm stealing? Okay, forward castle, and I should notice he was on stone. Yeah, remember, he did the mining camp between the gold and the stone earlier, so he will go for the Rattan Archers. So Rattan Archers needs a couple more vills on gold. We could do a mining camp out here. Did they ever fix the thing where the male vills attack the farms instead of stealing them? Is that still a bug? I don't know if they fixed that. Anyway, here's the castle. And Town Watch on the way for breakfast. And TC up for breakfast. Okay. You think they fixed, okay. Could you drop a dock on the water in the back and fish boom? Nope, you can't dock there. There's no coastline there. The water there is just for scenery. Oh no, breakfast! Breakfast! No, don't do it. Not like this. Don't use the oysters as part of your wall. Okay, those are reeds. Those you can wall with. Chanchilaru walled on the outside, not walled down here. Breakfast! No. Don't do it. You can't build atop them, but you can walk over them. They're like shorefish in the water. Like the fishing ships can go on top of them, Vils can go on top of them, and units can run over them. So it looks like Chanchilaru at least not looking to push on the outside, but if he ever does, he will get right in. Better have thick shoes. If you're a knight, maybe you can get your horse just to jump over them. So Castle takes out the house. Scorpion comes forward, hits the scout. Scout needs to run. House almost down. The Scorpion will die. Ooh, Scorpion runs into the castle fire. And there goes the house. A castle needs to maybe open the wall too. There we go. And that's a good mass of Rattan archers. They do their armor upgrade, should be protected a bit from the scorpions. Now the question is, where do they go? The scorpions in the workshop should defend this pretty well. You know, can't get in. No ballistics for the scorpions. They don't really have anywhere to go. And I worry they might just get trapped. There's a gate. They're gonna dare to dive the TC. But now they need to get back over here to the opening that's protected by the workshop. There's nothing for them really to hit down here other than running into scorpions. Alright, this was not a good decision from breakfast. Some knights are there to block and he just loses all the Rattan archers essentially for free. Only one makes it and immediately dies. There's 3 corpses on the other side of the hill, but that was rough to watch. Now he could have like 15 plus Rattan archers and could have just waited for the workshop or done an earlier workshop. But now Chanchilaru, I think, in a great position. He has 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs up by 20 Vils, and this forward castle has done nothing, as it's only attacked palisade walls for the most part. Chanchilaru looks pretty good to win this 4-0 after that play. He's gonna start breaking his way through them. No, Chanchilaru, no, don't do this. You're repairing the wall that you're attacking with your scorpions. Vils can't attack. He's out repairing the damage he's doing. Luckily for him, he'll repair it to full HP, and then the Vils will stop repairing, and then the scorpions will destroy it. Oh man, this is the finals. You should know how the walls work by now. Yeah, he's had now 3k resources. Clicking that idle Vil button, he probably doesn't. No, don't do it again. Don't do it again. No. He didn't realize. No. Okay, well, same thing. He's finished repairing. The repairs are free, so this can go on forever. Is this worth admin win breakfast? Oh, here comes the Mangonel. Get some Vils at least, but this is way too late for a Mangonel push. His Imp is already in at the central TC. Oh, he's repairing again. I think he realized. Yeah, he's through 1 layer now. That's true. When monks, I think they swapped it or changed something so monks don't heal farms anymore, but those weren't free. Monks spent wood healing farms. Those walls are insane. They need a nerf. Okay, well, even if this castle's denied, I don't think it does much. TC, they're hitting the mangonel. Wall goes down. Stable goes up. Let's breakfast strat from here. Imp and try to win a Trebor, but Imp when he's going to be good 2.5 minutes behind. There's Husbandry, even. Oh, could this be elephants now from Chanchilaru? Could maybe be elephants. Monks on the way. It says 1 knight and 1 scout, so we don't know what he's going to do with that Husbandry yet. Does that affect Ballista elephants? I think it does. Battle elephants faster, now have Husbandry. Double stable, so maybe battle elephants. There's the TC. Trebs are popping, that means the castle will be dropping. Even try to treb from the hill, I guess you don't want to do that with the mangonels. It's common strat out there. After Ram, that could be interesting. I mean, Breakfast could still try Siege Tower Fire Lancer. He does have 3 TCs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but it is only a 10-12 vil difference. Oh, he's trying to go around the outside. Well, that's not going to get him anywhere. He's just going to go around the outside and end up back here. And now Scorpions with range. They can get Siege Engineers now for even more range. However, Siege Engineers is available for the Vietnamese, so they could go cannon to deal with the Scorpion if they wanted to. He's trying to cut around, but now he just has Rattan Archers and nothing else. He's going Cavalier. I think the Cavaliers are to raid once the castle goes down. You don't see any Fire Lancers from Breakfast. So nothing to stop Cavaliers if they start raiding. He's trading more. More stables, more Cavaliers. I shouldn't have to worry too much about the Rattan Archers. I'm going to try to chop to the outside and then cut through, but there will be a defensive castle from Chanchilaru. Picking up another relic, and he's prepared for anything that could come in from this side too. So there goes the castle. TC will be next. Some stables from Breakfast. Maybe he was thinking of elephants. But I don't think he has the eco for that as the Cavalier raids come in and he'll lose the TC. And raids are there. Siege Engineers on the way. The eco is feeling pretty good then for Chanchilaru if he can afford Siege Engineers. TC goes down and the Scorps keep pushing. Cavalier kills some Vils. And the Vils get whacked by the Cavalier. They're running Vils. Can't quite get to 100 Vils now. He's down to 2 TCs. He's lost this area. Trying to do Cavalier himself. I feel like Khmer Cavaliers will be better than their Vietnamese counterparts. Yeah, the Vietnamese will miss Blast Furnace. Best of 7, yes, best of 7. Primeval. Yeah, castle's up. Looks like he did see it, but he's just turning around. This is the final game, so he's not going to call it until he's 199% sure that it's over. Yeah, this is for all the marbles of Silver League. Market's exposed. He's trying to do Cavaliers. It's now 146 to 98 Vils. That Vil difference is exploded in the last few moments. That's a lot of Cavaliers. One Cavalier fight, but the Scorpions are there to deal with the Rat and Archers. They don't even have all their Pierce Armor upgrades, so the Scorpions will still make short work of them. And everything now crumbling. Heavy Scorpion on the way for the Chimera. The Tribs keep pushing, going for the market. But I think we're just about to say congrats to Chanchilaru. As now the most important building is destroyed. He'll need to build another market. And a workshop going up here for Chanchilaru. The castle forward from there. Rattans go down. I'll have a castle going up. Elephant time, but Chimera Heavy Scorpion should be good there. Scorpions have an attack bonus against elephants. Plus 10 against elephants. So they will shred through these elephants, even with all their Vietnamese HP. Hello, Javit 000. Hello, Anakin. And now breakfast is Vil count is plummeting. There's the GG, and Chanchilaru will do it 4-1. Well, he lost one game to a DauT castle, but other than that, 100 to 24 KD. He has played incredibly well this set, this whole tournament. Saved the good civs for the finals too. And congrats to Chanchilaru. GG's. And let's update this scoreboard one last time. 4-1. And getting the win on Velins. So congrats to Chanchilaru. And remember, tomorrow we will have the Pro League semifinals. That'll be Kingstone against Freakin' Andy. That'll be at 19 GMT. And then the finals, we'll figure that out so that we don't interfere with other tournaments. Maybe this weekend, maybe delay it slightly. But, yeah, congrats to DauT for winning the first set today. Congrats to Chanchilaru for winning the Silver League. And also for Breakfast for coming in second. Ooh, so what do you guys think, chat? How have you liked these maps so far? I think it's been a nice change of pace, and I'm glad to see the clown maps getting some exposure, some playtime. Happy that Andy, be nice to Breakfast. And you get auto-modded. Expect it from Andy. Be nice to people around here. But anyway, that'll be it for me today. Thank you all for watching. And also extra happy that we had 0 dropped frames, and I think I hopefully have fixed the internet issues I was having. So, catch you all later. We'll go raid someone on Twitch. Streamed for about 5 hours today, so I'm gonna go get some lunch.